can pull up on the page.
Correct.
Yeah, good.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We're finally got that working too. Boy, this is just rolling right along. Thanks to my
Fantastic.
wonderful co-chair and our wonderful analyst. We're live now, so, okay. And speaking of that,
We are live.
good. This is February 8th, 2022, and this is the Marine Resources Committee. We have a couple of public hearings, a couple of work sessions. I'd like to welcome Linda LaCroix, our clerk, and Lynn Caswell, our analyst, to help keep us moving along. And just jump in as you need to, but we have certain places where Lynn will be doing some analysis for the bills, and we'll go on to committee introductions. And I'm Dave Miramont. I represent Senate District 12. And once in a while, I'll read the towns. And that in Knox County are the towns of Appleton, Camden, Creehaven, Cushing, Friendship, Hope, Idaho, Matinicus, Muscle Ridge Islands, North Haven, Owl's Head, Rockland, Rockport, South Thomaston, St. George, Thomaston, Union, Vinyl Haven, and Warren. And it's great to have everyone here. And I'll go around the picture. This time, I'm always starting with my co-chair, Rep. McCreight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Jay McCreight, representing Harpswell, West Bath, and Northeast Brunswick in the House. Much easier to list.
Some of the House districts have as many towns as my Senate district, though. It's amazing. All right, and how about Senator Maxman? I do not. Oh, there you are. Hello.
Yeah, hello. My name's Chloe Maxman. I represent Senate District 13, which is all of Lincoln County except for Dresden plus Washington and Windsor, which is going to be 27 towns. And so I definitely won't read them all.
Thank you. And Senator Rosen is going to be listening up when she, but a couple things she has to do before that. So Representative Bloom.
Sanders tells me we are live.
All right, I'm going to be very short because I only represent one town. Even though it's a portion of a town, I represent York and House District 3. Thank you.
The legislature's audio page can hear you, but
Thank you.
Not.
Okay, we got to get rid of this noise.
I'm glad Justin made it into the process.
Everybody mute if you're not the one introducing yourself, please. Okay, then that would be Representative Hepler.
Good morning. I'm Allison Hepler, and I represent the towns of Aroustic, Georgetown, Phippsburg, Woolwich, which is where I live, Dresden, and a small part of Richmond.
Thank you. Looks like you're at work in Farmington, though, huh? No, that's home?
This is my office at home.
Wow.
Yeah. The less said, the better.
All right. Representative Crafts.
Hi, good morning. I'm Lydia Crafts. I represent Newcastle, Damerscott, Bristol, Bremen, Monhegan, and Louds Islands, and parts of South Bristol and Nobleboro.
Great. Thank you. Representative Thorne.
Good morning. My name is Jim Thorne. I represent House District 103, which is Carmel, Herman, and part of Etna up in beautiful Penobscot County, which is a diadromous stream fed town.
Ooh, good one. Someone's been paying attention. So, Representative Fockingham.
Good morning. I'm Representative Billy Bob Fockingham from Winter Harbor. I represent House District 136.
Thank you. And Representative Alley.
Yes, sir. I have District 138. There are 12 communities. It's in there. There's Jonesport, Field, Addison, Columbia Falls, Cherryfield, Hillbridge, Jonesboro, and Marshfield. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Was I on it or what?
Yes, of course.
I mean, you could hear me. Okay.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Sounds like you have a cold, but we could hear you.
I do.
Even understand you. Representative McDonald. I do not see. Representative Hutchins. Yes, there you are. Hi.
Yes, there I am.
You've been thinking about catching them salmon.
Do you want me to introduce myself?
Oh, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Sherman Hutchins, representing District 131 in the Maine Legislature. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. And Representative Stanley. Well, I haven't talked to her for a while. That's what she looks like. Okay. Let's get into public hearing mode. And since I haven't done this very often this year, or much at all, one time so far, we're going to have, and we're doing it electronically so we can get public comment from everybody. You don't have to take the day off from work. You can just log in, although that might be more challenging than driving 4 hours someday, but we're getting better at it. The meeting's being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. And anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People on the Zoom meeting waiting to testify cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after this meeting has concluded. And we had the meeting start, and I will also gavel when we start and stop public hearings or work sessions, so you know if you're listening when they started or ended. If your name is not your name in the Zoom box, if you use somebody else's link or it just didn't fill it properly with the way you'd like us to call you. If you don't put anything, I'm not talking so much about the committee, other people are listening to this. If you're in there, if you just put your name, I'll probably call you Mr. or Ms. is appropriate so far, or at least maybe a few more years till that all changes. If you put something else that's been deemed politically correct now, I will use that. You have the opportunity to fix it so we don't offend you, or I don't offend you, or at least when I'm calling your name. There's still a chance later. Let's see. It's not that new to us anymore. We're still making some mistakes, so be patient. And there's a weird lag as you are invited in to testify. So just be patient, and we know that that's going to happen. Don't use the chat function for anything except saying, just like Jacob Thompson did, he doesn't know how to change his name. So either he'll figure it out or Linda will help him. And that's the way you can do that. And you use the chat function for that because that's a detail that needs to be taken care of. But you can't talk between people or try to give testimony to the committee or anything else. We'll throw you off. So the usual format, if you haven't done this before, is you ask leave of the chair to speak. You go through the chair for, if there's a question or something, it goes through the chair, then the chair will acknowledge the person that needs to answer the question. And if you're new to it, we'll help you through. Whenever you're brought on to testify, say your name, the town you live in, whether you're testifying for any group or just for yourself. Okay, we generally start with people in favor of a bill, then people opposed, then people neither for nor against. And you can again have another opportunity. Once you come in, if you had trouble with your name, you could say how you'd like to be addressed when I talk to you or when other people talk to you. And then when you're done testifying, we'll return you to the waiting room. And if we decide to keep you in for a while, because there may be some reason, sometimes that happens, we'll ask that you mute your microphone, and we may even have you turn off your camera while you're just sitting there. But we'll try to be clear about what we need from you in that case. If you need to exit the meeting before being called upon to testify, Please be aware you may submit written testimony at any time by accessing the legislature's testimony submission page at legislature.maine.gov. And it's also, besides being broadcast and recorded on YouTube, it can be heard over the legislature's audio broadcast system. Any testimony you submit is public and may be posted on the legislature's website. Generally, we work with a loose 3-minute rule that's not a clock in your face like some other committees, but I'm kind of keeping track. And if you're starting to go on or that you're off topic or something, your 3 minutes will come pretty quickly. Okay, I think that's it. Committee, did I miss anything or do you have any questions? Okay. All right, we are going to go to a public hearing on LD 1770, and that is an act to create commercial halibut fishing license. And don't have the sponsor's name in front of me. Let's get moving and I'll acknowledge that in just a minute. So that opens the public hearing. Yes, Representative Thorne.
I'm not sure if any of the other members are having it, but you're breaking up on my end. I don't know if it's you or on my end.
Let me check that. Representative McCray, could you take over for a second and call the sponsor
Sure.
for the bill and let me check my audio? Thank you.
Sure. Representative Hepler is presenting LD 1770. Would you go ahead?
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Miramont, Representative McCray, my colleagues.
I can't hear you.
On Marie, can you hear me now?
Okay, so I hear you loud and clear.
I can hear you fine.
Okay, all right. So I'm Allison Hepler, still
No, I
representing the
can't hear you.
towns of Rousick, no?
I can still hear you fine.
Okay, just keep going. Still representing the towns of Rousick, Georgetown, Phippsburg, Woolwich, Dresden, and a small part of Richmond. And I'm presenting LD 1770, an act to create a commercial halibut fishing license. This is on behalf of the Department of Marine Resources. The impetus behind this bill is a concern about managing Maine's halibut quota, which is actually a sub-quota as established by the New England Fisheries Management Council. Maine regularly exceeds its sub-quota, although to date, it hasn't resulted in exceeding the overall quota for New England. Because the current licensing system for halibut is a free endorsement on the commercial fishing license, and each license holder automatically receives 25 tags, DMR is concerned that this is encouraging latency. Many licenses and tags are not actually used, which makes it difficult for DMR to ensure that Maine fishermen stay within the subquota. This bill would create a separate halibut license, which will remain open access, and a license holder would purchase either 10 or 25 tags, depending on their plans for participation. As a result, only those who intend to fish for halibut would purchase the number of tags that would match their effort. A majority of license holders currently land under 10 fish annually. This bill would not limit entry, but simply require a separate license to allow fishermen to purchase the number of tags that matches their effort. DMR believes that this will better manage the fishery. Thanks. I'm happy to take questions, although I really think the better answers would come from the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator, are you back?
I think so. How's this sound? I'm just doing with the audio on the computer.
Good.
Okay. Thank you for doing that. All right. Thank you, Representative Hepler. Any questions from the committee after that warning from her? No. Okay. Great. Do we have any co-sponsors or legislators who would like to testify in favor of the bill who have not signed up? Because I have a list of people who are going to testify here. And hearing none, we'll go to We have one speaking against, and that's all I have signed up for.
How about the department?
Yep. Okay, Matthew Gilly. And I see he's working his way in.
Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you.
And
Perfect.
Senator, excuse me just a sec. We have the department to testify on the bill.
Okay, I'll mute myself.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gilly. I thought they might be wanting to wait till the end, but no, great. Who's testifying?
Thank you, Senator Marymount. It's Deirdre Gilbert from DMR. I'm providing the testimony on this bill. Good morning, everyone. Senator Marymount, Representative McCreight, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Marine Resources. I am Deirdre Gilbert. I'm the Director of State Marine Policy at DMR and testifying on behalf of the department in support of LD 1770. As Representative Hepler explained, this is a department bill. We are grateful to her for bringing it forward on our behalf. So just a little bit of background. Under the existing law, an individual who wants to fish for, take, possess, and sell Atlantic halibut purchases the commercial fishing license and then obtains a halibut endorsement at no additional charge. State waters halibut fishermen may land no more than 25 halibut per year, and that limitation is enforced by requiring license holders to immediately tag any fish that they intend to retain. So currently, when a license holder obtains the commercial fishing license with the halibut endorsement, they automatically receive 25 tags at a cost of $1 per tag for an additional $25. This legislation proposes to remove halibut from the commercial fishing license and to create a new halibut license. When purchasing the license holder would have the option of just selecting how many tags they purchase at a cost differential that would increase with a larger number of tags. The department is proposing this change as a step toward better managing the effort in the halibut fishery. Currently, there is a tremendous amount of latent effort with regard to both licenses and tags. In recent years, there have been between 900 and 1,000 halibut endorsements issued, but only between 200 and 300 active harvesters. Similarly, there are over 25,000 tags issued, only 5% of which are actually used to land a fish. And there is a figure that shows you some of that data, the first figure. The significant amount of latent effort in this fishery is of concern to DMR because halibut is managed through the New England Fisheries Management Council under a quota system, which includes the designation of a state waters subquota, which is currently set at 20 metric tons. And from 2016 to 2019, the state waters halibut fishery exceeded that allocated subquota, which you can see in figure 2. But the overall acceptable biological catch, or the ABC, from all the sources was not exceeded. And that was very fortunate and very lucky because if the ABC is exceeded, it triggers federal accountability measures, or AMs, which then have significant consequences for all federal permit holders. Specifically, no vessel with a federal permit for any fishery may fish for, possess, or land Atlantic halibut in the fishing year where the AM is implemented. And just for clarity, that would include individuals holding federal lobster permits. For groundfish fishermen with federal Northeast multi-species permits, there are also area AMs, which would require either specific gear configurations or act as a seasonal closure. So through our regulatory authorities, the department has modified the state halibut management measures with the goal of reducing the state waters catch to be within the quota for this portion of the fishery. And that has included lowering both the number of hooks that may be used and also shortening the length of the season. While these measures have moved us in the right direction, the tremendous amount of latency in the fishery makes it difficult to be confident that those changes will be sufficient going forward. So in developing this legislation, the department was seeking to reduce the number of individuals authorized to fish for halibut by requiring those individuals to purchase a separate license instead of just obtaining a free endorsement on the commercial fishing license. The bill does not limit entry. We were also seeking to create an incentive for participants to purchase the number of tags that is commensurate with their expected participation, rather than issuing 25 tags to all fishermen. In the legislation that was initially submitted, we had done this by creating 5 separate tag purchase options, with per tag costs increasing as higher numbers of tags were purchased. But based on additional input regarding incorporating these changes into the department's licensing system, as well as an industry meeting that we held in mid-January, the department is proposing just 2 levels of tags at this time. So that would be 10 tags for $10 or 25 tags for $100. While we have heard predictions that most fishermen will simply purchase the higher number of tags regardless of the cost, we would like to offer this option and allow license holders to make their own selection. The majority of license holders land well under 10 fish annually, so purchasing only 10 tags would not limit their actual participation in the fishery. And in figure 4, you can see the distribution of the number of harvesters landing what number of fish. Also, based on input that we received at the industry meeting, we are proposing in our changes to the proposed legislation that individuals who hold federal multi-species permits would not have to pay for the halibut license, and that is beyond a nominal administrative fee of $2. While we don't anticipate that these changes in and of themselves will completely alleviate the concerns regarding the potential for landings from the state halibut fishery to exceed what is allocated, we do feel this will create a better framework to manage effort in this fishery in the future. And just for your awareness, concurrently, we are pursuing a regulation that would change the reporting requirements for halibut from monthly to weekly. So ultimately, given the cultural importance of participation in this fishery to many Maine license holders, we did not want to close access to the fishery to future participants. So that's why we're exploring these other options. Thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Director Gilbert. Any questions? There's Representative Fockingham has a question.
Thank you. Deirdre, could you just, I didn't really catch what you said about anyone with a federal permit. Did you say that anyone with a federal permit isn't supposed to land halibut? Is that what you said?
Sorry, Representative Fockingham. No, I apologize if that wasn't clear. Federal permit holders, they are subject to different requirements than the state waters fishermen. So they are not limited to the existing season, and they are not limited to 25 fish, but they can only land 1 fish per day. So they're under kind of an entirely different management regime that is based on the fact that they're fishing in federal waters instead of state waters.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Representative Hutchins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for Deirdre. In the first paragraph of the bill, it talks about fund money for this source can be either public or private. Can you explain a little bit about what might be funds, private funds?
I'm sorry, Representative Hutchins, I can't quite think of what text you're referring to. I don't know if that was from my testimony. The funds from the halibut tags go into a dedicated fund for halibut management, but there's.
But in the act to create commercial halibut fishing license, be enacted by the people of the state of Maine as follows, Section 1.
Oh, okay.
It talks about the funds for any other sources, public or private.
Thank you for that clarification, Representative Hutchins. So that is the fund language that currently exists. It's fairly standard for all department funds. Usually there is a specific dedicated source of revenue, which in this case is the halibut tags, but many funds also have the ability to accept additional funds from either public or private sources. If somebody cared deeply about the halibut resource and wanted to make a donation to that fund could accept those monies for the purpose of working on halibut management.
And I think those types of funds could be used not necessarily for good, but also for bad. If you've got somebody that is particularly influential in the fishing industry or thinks they can be, and their money is depended on for funding a particular agency, and that gives them tremendous influence as to what is going to be presented for a piece of legislation, there may be something down the road that they're expecting something back for their huge, if it's a huge amount. I'm not talking about some group that, that gets together and raises a few $1,000s to help an agency they're concerned about, but I'm talking about people that have the capability of donating giant sums of money in order to influence the main fishing industry in other ways, perhaps. How do we guard against that?
Thank you, Representative Hutchins. That has not been our experience. I don't believe that these funds typically receive donations of any type, frankly. So it's not something that we have had to confront. I understand what you're saying about the potential for that, but in our experience, there's been, I would say, I don't want to say entirely none, but very, very rare occurrences of any individual of any persuasion wanting to donate to these funds. Typically, it is just the statutory sources of revenue that provide the money for the management, science, and enforcement of these fisheries.
Thank you.
Right, so if one thing I'd say is if we get to work session and you feel like that shouldn't be in there, we could have a discussion about that now that you brought it to our attention. So Representative Buckingham.
Sorry about that. I just had my hand up from before.
Okay. I don't see any other questions for Director Gilbert. Thank you, Director Gilbert. All right, back to, where's your testimony, Director Gilbert? You going to post that?
It is uploaded at this time, Senator. I was having some connectivity problems this morning that were impeding my efforts to upload.
I understand that one completely. Thank you. I'll refresh and see if it pops up for me. Okay, Mr. Gilly, I see you're still around.
I am. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, sure. Tell us where you're from and
my name is Gilly. I'm from Cundy's Harbor. And I'm testifying today in opposition of LD, what was it, 1770, I believe. I had questions to start off, but Deirdre did a good job of answering those. I guess my major opposition to this is it's halibut fishing, not halibut catching. So it's very difficult as a fisherman to determine how many fish I'm going to catch in a year. I could have a good year, I could have a bad year. And to set the number of tags, you have to decide at the beginning of the year how many fish you're going to catch. Makes for a very challenging issue. And the fact that the price of the tags has gone up as well. I understand where DMR is coming from there, where they want to discourage people from latency and stuff like that. But I think Deirdre hit the nail on the head and I can speak on myself, for myself, I will be buying the 25 tags because if I happen to catch 10 fish, and the season's not over, I still want the ability to continue fishing. Furthermore, the only thing I'd like to add is I've spent my entire morning this morning talking to other fishermen, trying to help them get onto this Zoom meeting. By having everything on Zoom, you've alienated an entire group of fishermen. Anybody that's of the age 50 or older doesn't seem to have the ability to figure out these Zoom meetings. And internet access in the state is extremely limited. I think at some point the state needs to consider doing these in person, especially where this fishing industry has so many bills coming forth and we're seeing far less participation than we would if this was done in person. That's it. Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Gilly. Any questions from the committee of Mr. Gilly? Seeing none, you're free to go. Thank you.
I do
All
see
right.
a question from Representative Hutchins.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Representative Hutchins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I need to second Mr. Gilly's statement that we need to get back to in-person meetings. I agree with him wholeheartedly and still offer the the off-site for people, but this committee needs to be in session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I don't see anyone else at the moment. I'm refreshing my list here. So now I do see Deirdre Gilbert, Representative Hepler, and Matthew Gilly, written testimony from Caitlin Bernard. So that is everyone, unless anyone has joined us who didn't sign up. I will give you a chance, but nobody's told me about anything. So that completes the testimony. Yes, Representative Bloom. Oh, you're muted.
I had a question for Mr. Gilly or in general about this bill. And correct me if I'm way off base here, but what if you did buy 25 tags for the halibut license and you only caught 10? And what if you gave back at the end the tags that you didn't have so we could count, so we could, we don't have this latency issue, that we actually know how many halibut were caught? Does that make any sense, or am I way off base here?
It sounds like a good one for Ms. Gilbert, because Mr. Gilly's gone. And I
I
mean
can
Director
bring him back,
Gilbert.
Senator, if you wish.
You want to tackle that one, Director, and then we'll bring Mr. Gilly back if we have to, if he's still there?
Sure, I can try. Thank you, Senator Marmont, Representative Bloom. So I just want to be clear, it's not that the department doesn't know what gets caught at the end of a season. That comes through our landings program. And as I referenced, we have had an issue with timely reporting in this fishery, which makes it very difficult as we're setting up for the following season to know what we landed the prior season. And we're trying to mitigate those concerns by moving to this weekly reporting system instead of monthly. So that should help address that. So the latency problem is really as we head into a season and we know we've got all these license holders and all these tags, how do we construct the season to make sure that we're not going to exceed the quota? And the fact that that is so, disproportionate, it is what makes that management task challenging. So it's not at the end that we have the problem, it's really up front as we're trying to figure out what will make sure that we don't exceed our quota.
If I may follow up. So again, it's all predictive. So the fishermen have to be predictive, as Mr. Gilly said, that they have to say, these are how many I'm going to catch, when they really don't know, because it's a different type of fishery compared to like lobster, say. But so you have to predict based on so you're trying to say how many licenses will you sell in any given season, and it's all predictive. And that's with almost everything, I guess.
Yeah, thanks, Representative Bloom. I think in terms of trying to provide fishermen that choice, what we were trying to test out is whether or not some fishermen know that they're not going, if you look at that distribution of landings, the vast majority of fishermen land well under 10 fish. The average is 6 fish. Right. So it could be that there are people who don't intend to fish to try to catch 25 fish. They'd be happy if they could go out and catch 5, and they would stop at that point potentially. So maybe 10 tags is sufficient for some license holders. We just don't know until we try. Like I said, we've definitely heard folks say, this is what's going to happen. Everyone's going to buy their 25 tags. And that might be correct, but as you're suggesting, right now, it's all just kind of speculative. Like, what will people do? How will this work? We have no way of knowing until we try it. And we didn't want to start in a place where we were, putting people into bins against their, just based on what they have done. We want to continue to allow people to buy the tags that they think they might need, in the hopes that some people will realistically say, I don't need 25 tags.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That answered enough for you, Representative Bloom? Okay, great. All right. Now I don't see any hands again. And that closes the public hearing on LD 1770. The work session will be scheduled for next week, I'm sure. And I think I gavelled it out, but there we go. We're gavelled out. All right, so I'll now open the hearing on LD 1844, an act to create a commercial halibut fishing license. That's not it. LD 1844 is an act to provide for special fees for certain aquaculture lease applications and to amend other provisions in the laws governing aquaculture leases. And that's going to be presented by Representative McCreight, our co-chair. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Miramont, esteemed colleagues of the Marine Resources Committee, I'm Jay McCreight, representing House District 51, Harpswell, West Bath, East Brunswick. Today I bring before you LD 1844, the title was just read, a bill I present for the department. This bill proposal authorizes the Department of Marine Resources to designate certain research and aquaculture lease applications as subject to special fees based on their size, unique character, and complexity of the application. Because these factors create significantly higher costs in addressing such applications, the Commissioner of DMR may designate such an application as subject to special fees. This designation is to be made prior to, this designation is to be made at or prior to the time the application is deemed complete. This designation may not be based solely on likelihood of public controversy, and the special fees cannot exceed $250,000. The applicant would be billed for these fees quarterly, and all must be paid before the lease is issued. The bill specifies that all staff of DMR, IF&W, Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry, and DEP who have worked on the application may submit quarterly reports to the Commissioner of Marine Resources detailing time and expenses involved. The processing fees will be distributed by the Commissioner to each department incurring the costs in order to reimburse the actual costs to that specific department. The bill proposal also authorizes the department to hold an emergency aquaculture lease for shellfish without also having to hold a lease issued under Title 12, Section 6072 or 6072A, the sections addressing research and aquaculture leases and limited purpose leases for commercial or scientific research. Finally, this proposal allows the Commissioner to issue a marine organism aquaculture license for more than one calendar year, notwithstanding Section 6301, subsection 2, addressing lease expiration. Thank you for your attention. I'm happy to do my best to answer questions, but as the bill before me, I would refer you to the department. Thank you.
We get a lot of that around here. Thank you, Representative McCreight, for that. Are there any questions for the sponsor after another good warning that it's not the best way to go? I see none. All right. And any co-sponsors or legislators who wanted to testify on the bill? Seeing none, I'll move on to Director Gilbert.
Thank you, Senator Miramont, Representative McCreight, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Marine Resources. I am Deirdre Gilbert. I'm the Director of State Marine Policy at DMR and testifying on behalf of the department in support of LD 1844. As Representative McCreight referenced, this is a department bill, and we are grateful to her for sponsoring it on our behalf. The department has proposed this legislation to accomplish 3 separate objectives pertaining to aquaculture leasing and licensing. First, the department is seeking the authority to subject certain aquaculture lease applications to special fees. This is modeled after an existing authority in the Department of Environmental Protection statutes in which certain permit applications, due to their size, complexity, or uniqueness, are subject to special fees in lieu of the flat permit fee, which currently cannot exceed $2,000. The department has simply modified this language to apply to aquaculture leases instead of DEP permits. This authority is intended for use in relatively rare occasions where the department is dealing with an application that is well beyond the bounds of a typical application in one of these regards. For that reason, the department would anticipate that the amount of staff time spent on such an application would be far in excess of an average lease. In those instances, the department would notify the applicant that their application would be subject to special fees and would track staff time spent on the application. Applicants would be billed quarterly and all fees would need to be paid before the lease could be issued. Like other application fees, these fees would go into the Aquaculture Management Fund and would provide additional resources that could be used to further improve the processing times of lease applications. Importantly, and consistent with the existing DEP statute, extensive public controversy alone would not make an application subject to special fees. The department presented this proposal to the Aquaculture Advisory Council at their meeting this past fall, and while there was input and questions, the council did not oppose the proposal. Recently, we have learned of an action alert by the Maine Aquaculture Association to generate opposition to the proposal, and we feel this is unfortunate as the aim of the proposal is to ensure that applicants who are submitting applications that are well beyond what is typical for Maine and which therefore consume tremendous staff resources cannot consume all the department resources to the detriment of all other lease applicants. Again, the department could use these funds to manage this workload to ensure that other proposals can also continue to move forward. Despite increases in staff capacity, it remains a very significant challenge to manage the workload of this division in the face of ever-increasing demand. Large, complicated, unique applications only exacerbate that problem. The second piece of the legislation, which is Section 4, would create an exception to the existing requirement that an applicant for an emergency lease be an existing leaseholder when that applicant is the department. Emergency aquaculture leases for shellfish are a tool to allow for the relocation of shellfish when the health and safety of those shellfish are threatened. During the summer of 2021, the department discussed scenarios where the potential for Vibrio could be a problem for growers. If there were to be an outbreak, the area must be closed, and there is no clear guidance, which would come from the FDA, on when it may be reopened. Because such a closure would apply to an entire river, many growers could be impacted. There would either need to be many emergency leases or a single lease held by an entity that was willing to take on the liability of such an exercise. The department and the University of Maine explored scenarios for the establishment of an emergency lease where multiple growers could move their product for the market onto a single emergency lease for a limited time. And there was interest in the department holding that lease and closely managing the movement of the product, but the existing law limits the eligibility for an emergency lease to leaseholders, which the department is not. The proposed change would allow the department to hold an emergency lease if future circumstances made it advisable to do so. Finally, the third provision in this legislation would allow the department to issue a land-based aquaculture license for a period longer than a single calendar year. Under existing law, all department licenses expire at the end of the calendar year unless another expiration date is provided in statute. If this change is authorized, the department would likely issue land-based aquaculture licenses concurrent with the discharge license that is issued by DEP. And with the committee's permission, an issue that has come to light since this bill was originally drafted is a lack of clarity in what is meant by the term suspended culture in the requirement for an individual to hold a lease in order to conduct aquaculture. And we are proposing the addition of a clarifying sentence to section 6072 to specify that the suspended culture of marine organisms includes all forms of culture except for the bottom planting of a marine organism without the use of gear of any type. This clarification is important to the department's efforts to ensure that individuals are not conducting aquaculture off of lease sites. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director. And I'm sure Lynn has that comment from you or taking notes or
Thank you.
both. Are there any questions of the Director? I see Representative Hepler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a quick question. Can you give us an example of what one of these especially complicated law, even if it's, it could just be theoretical, but I'm just trying to get a handle on what would qualify here.
Sure. Thank you, Representative Hepler. I'll give you two examples. Just when I spoke to DEP about their experience with this authority, I asked them kind of how frequently do you use it? And can you give me some examples of situations where this is applied? And it is very infrequent. As somebody, who's lived in Maine for a long time, all of the examples that DEP gave me were things that I vividly remember living through as just a citizen of Maine. Like, they are projects that the public is widely aware of because they are very big and beyond what you would expect to be the case. So just an example for DEP recently where this has come up is the CMP corridor is something where they have used special fees. In the departments within the realm of the aquaculture program, obviously this law is not proposed to apply to applications that are already accepted, but I think if I'm sure you have all heard that there is a very unusual or a application that is beyond what we have typically dealt with up in Frenchman's Bay, the American Aquafarms project. And I think many of the criteria of that or attributes of that project, including kind of the technology they are using, which is something we have not previously used in Maine, would make that at least subject to evaluation for this. But it's that type of project that we would anticipate spending much more staff time on than things we have dealt with before.
Okay, thank you. Representative Crafts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Gilbert. A question around defining it, the language in the bill says size, uniqueness, and complexity. How would that be defined? You know, what would be the sort of the process of defining that in a case versus just the regular application fee?
Thank you, Representative Crafts. That was, again, a question I had for DEP for the process that they used. As I understand, and they've been using this, just for clarity, they've been using it for over 10 years at least, or at least 10 years without any amendments because their statute hasn't changed in that amount of time. So my sense is that there is not a formalized process, but an agency can certainly tell upon receipt of an application when something is beyond the bounds of what they have been dealing with and is likely to take significantly more staff time than anything else they typically deal with. When we presented this to the Aquaculture Advisory Council, they had some similar questions about, like, you know, you need to define the size, you need to define what you mean by complexity. Again, DEP hasn't done that, and I honestly don't know how you would do it. I don't know how you could define what level of complexity would cause the department to move in this direction. So I think if you try to set up criteria, the incentive will be for companies to kind of operate below that criteria to avoid triggering this. And instead, I think, at least at the outset, the department is asking that you would trust that we would use this responsibly, with the understanding that if we're applying it in ways that don't make sense, it's probably not going to last very long. Like, I would expect that the legislature would revisit that authority if they felt like we were using it in ways that were not consistent with what we're describing.
Okay.
May I follow up, Chair?
Oh, certainly.
Thank you. And so what would be the process if an applicant wanted to contest? I mean, I understand, you know, $250,000 for a small business could be very significant. What would be the process for contesting that?
Sure. So just to be clear, the $250,000, that's not a figure that we would pick at the start of how much we're going to charge. We would literally be tracking the time that staff spent. So you'd only get to $250,000 if you literally consumed $250,000 worth of staff time. So I don't know how you would, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is that that is commensurate with what a project actually requires. And that's the limit that DEP has set. So I think that, I mean, certainly an applicant could tell us that they don't agree that they should be subject to special fees, but there's no formal appeal process established in the statute where that could get overturned by somebody other than the department. All we could do is reevaluate the decision that we made.
Okay, and Representative Hutchins.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you've somewhat answered what I was thinking. It's one of those things that an added fee shouldn't be a surprise. You say that, you know, your application to whoever it might be is going to trigger extra expenses, and you're going to tell them that up front. And there should be a way to have at least some parameters around it, I would think, or you could just keep delaying them forever, you know, so they need a couple of parameters. One would be time and one would be money. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hutchins. I guess the only thing I can say is that the way the statute is set up, we would be advising an applicant of those charges on a quarterly basis. So they would be aware of how much staff time they are using with that frequency. And if they wanted to change their mind about their application, or if it was something that wasn't going to be feasible for them to pay, they could certainly rethink what they had submitted. But I think the important thing is that we're not working on things for the sake of working on them to drive up somebody's fees. If we are charging them those fees, it is reflective of the staff time we are spending on their application.
Thank you. And what about if you're designating this right at the beginning, would they not get the benefit of what the department normally has to do for no charge before any extra fees would come in? Or would you still do whatever you'd normally do, realize that it was going to take a lot more work, and then say there will be special fees? Is that clear?
Senator Merrimont, I'm not entirely sure what you're thinking of when you say what we normally do. This determination would be made based on what the applicant submitted to us. So our assessment of what they provided, it wouldn't be post public hearing or post other phases of the leasing process. We would be evaluating the application on its face up front and making a determination whether, again, does this go well beyond the department's level of familiarity and comfort in what we typically deal with as regards aquaculture leases in terms of those attributes, the size, complexity, or uniqueness of what's being proposed.
Okay, but would every lease need some work done by the department? So is it like cookie cutter? Usually it's just move some paperwork. You don't have to research anything, or there's a little bit of research to be done for every lease. And even these that are designated as going to take special resources still get the benefit of the normal amount of work that you would do for any lease.
There are certain tasks that the department has to do irrespective, the site visits that we do to the leases, as one example, we do that obviously for each standard lease application. Those do get to be more work based on the size of the area that needs to be evaluated. Other applicants get all of the department's work for the application fee. In this case, we are saying in lieu of the flat application fee, we're going to charge you, so that it wouldn't be prorated to give them certain work for free. Once we kind of make a decision that this is how this is going to get evaluated, it would be whatever staff time the department spends on this application would get charged.
Okay, thank you. Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Gilbert. I don't know, excuse me, just a minute. I don't know if you can answer this question, but looking at some of the testimony coming, it looks like people are concerned that this would be used to purposely drive up costs. And I saw this as going the opposite direction, actually, as you testified. I don't know that you can answer this, and maybe this is for the work session. Has DEP seen that kind of behavior where people would find some way to make life difficult for somebody trying to do something by arousing people to make it difficult?
Thank you, Representative McCreight. In my conversation with DEP, I did not get the perception that that's been an issue for them. As I said, it's used so rarely, and I think in situations that are demonstrably different than what DEP is typically dealing with, I just don't think it's actually been contested. I can certainly have more conversations with them and maybe bring back some additional examples for your work session. But I mean, I contacted them as we developed this idea because certainly DMR didn't want to replicate something that DEP was having problems with. If I had called them and they said, this is a giant headache, do not go down this road, that would have been very good information to have. And that's not the experience, or that's not the input they provided.
Okay, thank you. Representative Hepler.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that was actually something that I was wondering about, either that, giving us some examples for the work session, or even having someone from DEP come and allay our concerns, or, or the concerns of the people who have been reaching out to us.
Thank you, Representative Hepler. We could certainly ask if they'd be able to help in that regard.
Great, thank you. Representative Fockingham, you put it back down. So I see no other hands. Okay, thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Okay. Sebastian Bell, I see your picture there. I have no other folks speaking for, so I'm moving to speaking against. And Sebastian Bell is the only one.
Good morning,
and I have one either for or against. They'll be next. And Mr. Bell, yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, Senator Miramont, Representative McCreight. Thank you very much, and members of the committee, thank you very much for being willing to listen to me this morning. My name is Sebastian Bell. I run the Maine Aquaculture Association. We represent the commercial growers in the state. I stand before you today to testify in opposition of LD 1844, an act to provide for special fees for certain aquaculture lease applications and to amend other provisions in the laws governing aquaculture leases. And I just want to start by saying that we do not oppose the last two provisions of the bill that would be from Sections 4 and Section 5. We support the special fees provision that we do oppose. I testify in opposition with reluctance, as we know that Representative McCreight's intentions are well-meaning and sincere, and I also recognize that the department's rationale for asking the representative to submit the bill is understandable. The current commissioner would, if given the authority proposed in the bill, use said authority in a judicious and fair manner. I would, however, respectfully remind the committee that the proposed statutory language would give any and all subsequent commissioners precedent-setting authority with relatively little limit or guidance on how it might be invoked. And so really what's driving our opposition today is not any particular project. I want to make that very clear at the beginning here. We're not opposing this bill because it might impact a particular project. We're opposing this bill for a series of fundamental reasons. LD 1844 will incentivize lease opponents to make lease applications as controversial as possible so that the cost to applicants is maximized. The proposed statutory language states that the commissioner may not decide to impose special fees on an application based solely on the likelihood of extensive public controversy. In other words, it cannot be the only reason for special fees, but it can be taken into account as part of the decision. That fact provides a strong incentive for lease opponents to artificially generate as much controversy as possible around a lease application. Ironically, the department's effort to recoup costs on controversial applications will actually provide a powerful tool to lease opponents and increase controversy. Opponents will use the special fee provision to increase cost to the applicant and will intentionally elevate controversy around applications that otherwise would not necessarily have been controversial. LD 1844 provides little guidance to a commissioner or an applicant for that matter as to what specifically would trigger the need for special fees. LD 1844 essentially leaves the decision to impose special fees up to the commissioner with little or no guidance or restrictions. The proposed language indicates an application, quote, likely to result in significantly greater cost to the department would qualify and establishes that controversy, size, uniqueness, complexity, and other factors may be considered. The language does not establish what these factors should be compared to as a baseline and how far out of variance they have to be in order to trigger special fees. The inclusion of, quote, other relevant factors means that the commissioner can use virtually anything to justify the imposition of special fees. As I said in my introduction, while I trust the current commissioner to be thoughtful and fair in his consideration of these trigger factors, the proposed language gives future commissioners enormous latitude to use special fees to discourage applications and deter investment. It also gives opponents to lease applications a tremendous incentive to place extreme political pressure on the governor and the commissioner to invoke the special fee requirement to increase an applicant's costs and discourage applications. A fee-for-service licensing business model does not necessarily fit resource management agencies very well. MAA recognizes that there may be lease applications that require more staff time and costs that can be offset by the current fee structure. This is certainly true of many other marine resource users as well. Indeed, if the cost of permitting and managing our commercial fisheries needed to be fully accounted for in license fees would soar and many existing fishermen would be unable to pay them. Maine has long recognized that funding natural resource management agencies through fee-for-service business models is a challenging and not sustainable in the long run. DMR's own sister agency had to move away from that type of business model after struggling for many years to generate enough revenue to pay for adequate resources to manage the state's wildlife. And in that case, I'm talking about IF&W. A fee for servicing licensing model will also have unintended consequences. Currently, a lease applicant pays a non-refundable application fee upfront before the application is processed. This fee is paid regardless of whether the lease is granted or rejected. Under the proposed language, the commissioner would decide that a special fee is necessary when an application is deemed complete, but before the size of the fee is determined. That determination would only occur after all staff involved in reviewing an application in all departments involved in the review had provided the commissioner with an accounting of their respective time and costs. In other words, both the commissioner and the applicant will not know the proposed cost of the application until after the application has been fully reviewed and a decision made. I recognize that Deirdre earlier acknowledged that they were going to do quarterly bills, and I think that certainly is helpful, but it doesn't solve the problem that an applicant still will not know what the total cost of that application would be until the review of the application is complete. Thus, the applicant will have no ability to predict the cost of going through the application. The proposal is essentially a blank check for not only DMR, but also DEP, IF&W, and Ag, Conservation, and Forestry. The unpredictability of the cost of an application will inherently cause potential applicants to be large companies who can bear the potential large fees. Equally of concern is that it will incentivize applicants to develop proposals and look for areas that are likely not to trigger special fees. And ironically, those proposals or areas may not be the best ones in terms of minimizing the risk of user conflict or environmental impact. In other words, if an applicant is choosing to apply for an area because they think it's not going to trigger special fees, it may or may not be the best area for them to apply with respect to potential environmental impact or social conflict. LD 1844 establishes a significant precedent that allows sister state agencies to bill DMR for the work they are required to do by statute. While the idea of cost recovery between state agencies is not new, it has never, to my knowledge, been invoked between state agencies with respect to marine resources. Imagine for a moment if the Department of Environmental Protection could bill DMR for the cost of reviewing the impacts of fisheries management plans on endangered species that they are required by statute to protect, say, seabirds, for example. Imagine if the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry could bill DMR for their cost of administering, reviewing, and approving nutrient management plans on farms designed to reduce water quality impacts to protect marine resources. State agencies routinely do what they are required to do by statute without passing costs on to sister agencies. LD 1844 establishes a fundamental precedent that may have broad implications beyond aquaculture. LD 1844 essentially turns DMR into a collection agency for its sister state agencies and will require significant administrative time from DMR, driving applicant costs up and increasing the department's workload. LD 1844 requires that DMR to administer and account for costs incurred by 3 other state agencies. The proposal also requires DMR to administer the distribution of fees they collect to those same sister agencies. This will inherently increase DMR's administrative costs and reduce staff's ability to focus on monitoring and management of the aquaculture sector. Significantly, any appeal by an applicant with respect to the cost being charged must be made not to the agency imposing them, DMR, but to the agency that has submitted the proposed fees to DMR. Thus, the appeal goes to an agency that has no authority to change the imposed fees. In addition, any costs associated with an appeal are added to the special fees, providing a strong disincentive for any appeal. In closing, LD 1844, while well-intentioned, establishes dangerous precedent, contains little or no restrictions on when or how a commissioner chooses to impose special fees, sends a strong negative message to any entrepreneur considering aquaculture as a way to diversify Maine's working waterfront, and incentivizes professional aquaculture opponents to artificially create controversy and opposition to lease applications. I strongly urge the committee to vote ought not to pass on LD 1844. Thank you for your patience with my long testimony, and I would be glad to answer any questions if you have.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Any questions for Mr. Bell from the committee? No, I don't see any hands. And there, Representative Bloom.
Thank you. Hello, Sebastian. Nice to see you. I was reading one of the testimonies against it as well from Bill Mook, who said, that there has to be, this is a very important aspect of our future fishermen to be able to have aquaculture licenses and to develop that whole program. Do you feel like the state should be investing some money in this and not have to have it all paid for? In other words, if there are some other problems, maybe we should be making an investment in these lease applications. What do you think?
Thank you, Representative Bloom, for your question. And I would start in my response by just noting that the association has repeatedly supported increases in application fees and rents. And we have also repeatedly gone to the Appropriations Committee and supported increased resources for the Department of Marine Resources. We have done that because we recognize that the department needs the resources to adequately manage our sector. And we are both willing to help pay for that through those fees and rents, as well as support the department by arguing for increased general funding going to the department. So I have to say it's a little ironic that given the users in the sector have repeatedly supported the department with respect to generating more revenue, we are now being asked to bear additional special fees. And I recognize that there is a challenge with especially complicated and large applications. I do worry that this particular suggestion or proposal will actually lead to only larger companies potentially submitting applications who can afford the special fee increases. That said, there's no question in my mind, and all of you, I think, know me very well. My passion, my determination is the working waterfronts of this state, and we need to develop tools to allow working waterfronts to survive in the face of change, both social change and environmental change and regulatory change. And aquaculture is one of those tools. So the short answer to your question is yes, we as a state should be investing in aquaculture proposals, not directly as in investing in the companies. We believe that entrepreneurs should incur risk and costs associated with those, but we should not impose or discriminate against aquaculture with special fees versus other marine resource users that don't have to support those kinds of fees.
Thank you for that clarification. Appreciate that.
Thanks. And also, what do you have any specific guidance on what fees can be used for what projects based on that?
You mean in terms of how to scale fees relative
and determine
to,
when they should be used?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And the short answer is I don't have any specific guidance. I think if the department went back to the Aquaculture Advisory Committee, who asked some fairly pointed questions about that, and had a discussion with the advisory committee, then in fact, there might be a possibility of coming to agreement over how to tackle that. And I recognize that the department's proposal tries hard to link increases in fees to what the actual costs are. And I respect that perspective. I think the challenge is that it's relatively easy. No insult intended to the current commissioner or his staff, but it's relatively easy for a department to run up costs, and particularly when it's not necessarily a department that the current commissioner has responsibility for. In other words, it's another state agency that the commissioner has no authority over.
Thank you. Representative Fockingham.
Thank you. Hello, Sebastian. I almost asked a question of Deirdre sort of along these lines, but I figured I held off, but I figured I'd throw it at you. So I see the conundrum here, because if the department has this aquaculture lease application that is so huge and they're going through the process, it's costing the department tens of thousands of dollars to process this application, and then later on that application fails, or the company folds up before they get to that point, or maybe they're just going through this long, elaborate lease process just to try to create something that they can sell down the road. And the department has incurred all these fees. I can sort of see where the department's issue is with incurring those state fees for someone that's just sort of playing games with them, or, running this process out. But my issue with this bill is I don't see where there's any criteria or threshold. And I could see at some point those justified fees getting leveled down lower and lower and lower until aquaculture leases that shouldn't be getting special fees are all of a sudden, getting them. I don't really not sure what my question is, but do you see any room for balance there between, those two things?
Great question, Representative Fogingham, and thank you so much. I think you really kind of got to the essence of the challenge here. You know, and just for the record, the state statutes have language in it that allows the department to disallow an application because they feel it's speculative. So there is anti-speculation language in the existing statutes. Now, I am not going to mislead anybody. I think that language can be challenging to enforce, and certainly I think that from the association's perspective, we would be open to a discussion with the department about, are there ways to strengthen that language that might be helpful to the department and frankly to the sector. It doesn't benefit anybody to have speculators in the sector that are just looking to build something up and then sell it off. That's not helpful, and doesn't substantively, I think, help the state's working waterfronts face the challenges that they are facing. The flip side of so that aside, the speculation piece aside, I think there probably is a place where there might be some balance there. That, you know, the really big ones that are clearly kind of off the charts, maybe there's a way to establish some criteria around those. I am absolutely concerned about the second scenario that you articulate, which is that in particular, opponents will pressure the department to lower the threshold lower and lower until it's starting to hit relatively small operations that are controversial, may be complicated from a new gear technology. I'll give you an example. We have a pending application. I don't know if it's complete or not, but I think it is, that is using a new kind of floating oyster gear. You could make the argument, if you were an opponent to that proposal, that that's a complicated new technology and that special fees should be imposed. And I think that would be, you know, if you combine that with whipping up local controversy in the community that that proposal is in, you probably might put the commissioner in a position where he or she felt as though they had to start to impose special fees, and yet that's a relatively small application. So I do think the issue you raise is a legitimate one, and I am also sensitive to Deirdre's point about, you know, how do you establish criteria and how do they work? I think that's a fair question to ask. And again, I would suggest that maybe the department should go back to the advisory committee and have that discussion in a more thorough manner.
Thank you. Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Make sure I'm unmuted. It is my understanding that these are limited licenses, correct? Permits?
Limited in what sense? So each
lease, how many are issued?
Yes, so there are caps on the total acreage. There are conditions which are imposed on each lease. I'm not aware of any lease that has ever been issued without conditions on it. There are requirements often for multiple use. So there are a whole series of conditions that are imposed on the application.
Is it feasible that it could be those that are opposed to aquaculture could apply and get these as a means of not using them to keep others out?
It has certainly been, I think, considered, and that's where the anti-speculative language probably comes in from the department's perspective, as well as there is language, and Deirdre will refresh my memory. I don't have it exactly right off the top of my head, but I believe there's language in the statute that requires that a lease be used for aquaculture. So if it's granted but not used, then the department has the right to revoke that lease, as they should.
Yeah, but it doesn't state how to the extent that it would be used.
I'm going to defer to Deirdre on that because my memory is foggy on this.
Just curiosity question from those that are on the other side. That's all.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other questions for you, Mr. Bell. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you very much for your thoughtful questions, everybody.
And can you bring in Crystal Canny, please? She didn't get registered in time, but she's
Right.
here.
She is
And
in, Senator.
we will let her speak neither for nor against. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning,
Surprise.
Senator Miramont, Representative McCrate, and members of the Joint Standing Committee of Marine Resources. My name is Crystal Canny, and I am the Executive Director of Protect Maine's Fishing Heritage Foundation. I'm here to testify neither for nor against LD 1884. The recognition by the Department of Marine Resources that not all aquaculture is the same is an important step that should be recognized. By proposing a greater fee, if greater state costs are incurred during the application process due to the complexity of a lease, it logically follows that those costs shouldn't be passed on to taxpayers, but rather to the applicant themselves. I am concerned, as I expressed during a conversation with DMR yesterday, that this bill needs more work around definition. On that point, I agree with the MAA. It reminds me of the lease standard unreasonable interference, which is subjective and gives any commissioner zero direction in approving leases. The same could be said here, that there needs to be definition and criteria around how this will be applied and not left to the commissioner of the moment. Due to the very real and substantially growing conflicts on the coast and some perception, rightly or wrongly, that the department is quick to approve leases because of politics or relationships, defining this might help take care of some of that negative argument. It would at least allow people that chance to see it transparently and to see what the criteria are. I think that's hugely important. And I would like to say that, you know, there are those organizations that collect fees based on acreage. So they have every incentive in the world to grow acreage across the state of Maine on our coastline. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Canny. Any questions for Ms. Canny? Seeing none. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for allowing me in, Senator.
Certainly. Okay, that's all I have for folks testifying on 1844. So unless Linda has any, nope. That closes the work session on 1844. I show that it's 10:24. We're going to take a 6-minute break to allow staff or anybody to just move around for a minute. And so we will be back at 10:30. And don't go away, just but mute your mic or video if you're going to be taking a break. Thank you. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. That was just a quick break. So we're going to consider that we're staying in the mode of, we're in the public hearing format. And we are going to have a little change to the order. Maybe I should have someone acknowledge they can hear me. Okay, good. And we're going to move to LD 1916 next. So let me get that in order here. All right, this will open the public hearing on LD 1916, an act to create a legal defense fund for the Maine lobster industry. That is going to be presented by Representative Fockingham of Winter Harbor, and that is open. Representative Fockingham, go ahead.
Thank you. Wasn't quite ready for that change of order, but that's cool. All right, I'll get started. Good morning.
Take your time if you need it, but go ahead.
Good morning, Senator Marymount, Representative McCrate, and members of the Committee on Marine Resources. I am Representative Billy Bob Fockingham, and I am here to present LD 1916, an act to create a legal defense fund for the Maine lobster industry. First, really quickly, I want to explain why this bill was submitted as a concept draft. The reason is that a big component of this bill involves the Lobster Marketing Collaborative. And at the time of writing this bill, the collaborative did not exist in statute because it had expired in October. It expired when the bill that we passed in committee to continue the collaborative for 5 years wasn't signed into law in time to keep it from expiring. So we fixed that on our first day of this session, but bills were due out to the revisor's office before that, so it was drawn as a concept draft. I've had our analyst Lynn Caswell write a corrected sponsors amendment. I hope you've all had a chance to see that. And that is what I will be presenting today. The Maine lobster industry is under attack. We are facing crippling regulations and industry collapsing lawsuits. The threat we face aren't politically partisan in nature, and we would certainly win the battle of public opinion, but that's not where this battle is being fought. It's being fought in court. Common sense and science have been totally disregarded by radical extremists who have weaponized the Endangered Species Act to target an industry that itself is full of some of the most environmentally conscious and conservation-minded men and women you will ever meet. That is why we need the most vigorous legal defense we can attain. I won't get into the details too deep, but I do believe it bears repeating that the last time a North Atlantic right whale was entangled in Maine lobster gear was over 17 years ago, and it was successfully freed. No right whale death has ever been linked to the Maine lobster industry. Over the last 2 decades, the industry has made many gear modifications and altered the way we fish to reduce the risk of entanglement. It has worked. There are several important legal actions happening right now. The Maine Lobstermen's Association is engaged in court in Washington, D.C. The Maine Attorney General and the Maine Lobster Union have both filed as interveners in that case. This is a case brought by several NGOs against the federal government that has led to the severe restrictions coming down on the lobster industry. There is also a case the Lobster Union has filed in Bangor against the seasonal closure of nearly 1,000 square miles of the Gulf of Maine. After an initial victory in that case, there was an appeal that didn't go in the industry's favor. That case is ongoing. Finally, there is a case the Maine Lobstermen's Association has filed in Washington, D.C. against the biological opinion. The biological opinion is the so-called science the federal government has used to conclude that the lobster industry must reduce risk by 98% by 2030. So these are the current legal battles. Now I'd like to talk about how we supplement these legal efforts. Sorry about that. Maine lobstermen pay $1,538,900 in trap tag fees. It is used for revenue by DMR in the Lobster Management Fund. They also pay $1,446,943 in license surcharge fees for the marketing. Dealers contribute another $537,400 to this fund. My proposal, LD 1916, would direct 20 cents from trap tags and 20% of the marketing collaborative to a legal defense fund, which would be managed by a commission made up of 6 licensed lobstermen and 3 licensed lobster dealers, appointed equally each by the governor, Senate President, and Speaker of the House. 20 cents from the tag fees would raise $410,373.33. 20% of the marketing collaborative would raise $396,868.60. That total is $807,241.93 that will be put towards our much needed legal defense. The beauty of this proposal is that this bill is funded by the industry. It won't cost the state or taxpayers a penny from the general fund. There is precedent for a proposal like this. This bill is very similar and almost mirrors the type of thing that was done when the industry came to the state to form the Lobster Marketing Collaborative. This is the industry asking for some of its own money as a funding source for its necessary legal defense. I'd like to speak briefly about the 2 funding sources. First, the trap tags. I fished before trap tags, and I was around for the discussion when they were implemented. Trap tags were implemented as an enforcement mechanism to manage the creation of a trap limit. The tags cost us 10 cents and were to be used as a management tool, not as a source of revenue. We were told they would never increase more than the cost to produce them. At some point, there was a push to increase them from 10 cents to 20 cents, with the extra 10 cents going towards whale research for the benefit of the industry. The tag price increased several more times, and today it is increased to 75 cents. I believe, if the numbers are right, the most recent round of tags cost the state 16 cents to purchase. The most recent increase was 25 cents. This proposal will divert 20 cents of that to the Legal Defense Fund. The department will increase the revenue it sees in the Lobster Management Fund from 50 cents to 55 cents, even after we designate this 20 cents for legal defense. I am aware that the department funds around 18 positions, both full or part-time, with the Lobster Management Fund. I am fully committed to assisting the department in raising the revenue it needs through the general fund. We must not make the industry being crushed by government regulations bear the responsibility of those positions solely by themselves. They are only one fishery, and their industry contributes $1 billion to the Maine economy. Now I'd like to speak briefly about other funding sources. The proposal diverts 20% of surcharges from the Lobster Marketing Collaborative. This fund receives over $1.9 million. About 75% of that is from lobster licenses and 25% from lobster dealer licenses. This proposal would leave the collaborative well-funded with $1.6 million. I don't believe this would significantly impact the work they do. However, I am committed to keeping that initiative well-funded and have a solution for that funding gap. I've raised this issue in the past about equity of surcharge across license levels. To further explain, Maine lobster licenses have 3 tiers who each pay a different amount of surcharge. Currently, Class 3 funds 50% of the surcharge for fishermen, followed by Class 2 at 37%, and finally Class 1 at an anemic 13%. I believe the Class 1 licenses are largely latent license holders and have been getting a free ride on the surcharge fees. I would support increasing the surcharge on Class 1 licenses or even eliminating that class and go to a 2-class license structure. I would also support a small surcharge on recreational fees for the Legal Defense Fund. Although I wouldn't support a recreational surcharge going to promotion, as recreational licenses are targeting lobsters for sustenance, I do believe recreational license holders have a vested interest in protecting the access to that means of sustenance. Finally, I would further recommend to the committee a couple more changes to this draft. First, implementation. I would recommend an implementation date of January 1st, 2023. We've already begun 2022, and a bill like this shouldn't be implemented mid-year, as it would create too many difficulties. If the bill goes into effect at the start of 2023, this gives the department and the collaborative the necessary time to prepare for implementation. The second change I would make is the length of terms. The terms for the commission members weren't included in the draft. I recommend the committee drafts the terms for 2 years with no term limits. 2 years keeps the commission accountable to the industry and their purpose on the board. Finally, the commission expiration. I've proposed that this fund and commission will expire in 10 years if it's not renewed by a future legislature. I don't believe any creation of government should go on indefinitely without accountability. I've chosen 10 years in length because that is about the length of time we are looking at fighting these current regulations. 2030 is the year the federal government has set to reduce us 98%. If the industry survives until then and the commission and fund are no longer necessary, I've set up any remaining funds to be directed 50-50 back to the Lobster Management Fund and the Lobster Marketing Collaborative. If neither exists then the funds will be returned to the department. Thank you for your time. I hope the committee will support LD 1916. Thank you for your consideration, and I will answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Representative Buckingham. We have a question from Representative Hutchins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Bill Buckingham, I think this is well thought out, well presented, and an extremely good idea. And it goes to someone, especially in the fishing industry like yourself, who's thought this out very well. We are looking at the destruction of the fishing industry without something like this. The like I mentioned in the last few minutes when I spoke about big money pushing towards other outcomes, and I think the crosshairs have been put on the fishing industry for a number of reasons. One of them we thought was for the whales, but I really don't think that was it. I think it is probably more targeted towards the fact that fishermen use a lot of diesel fuel, and that's, you know, becomes something.
Representative, you got a question in there?
My
Okay.
question is how much input do you think the fishing industry will help with this particular proposal? Thank you.
Yeah, I hope it helps a lot, because although fishermen don't often get engaged in political things, they're usually a reactive bunch, not a proactive bunch. This particular issue has garnered a lot of support and very little opposition from members of the fishing community. So I think that's evidenced by the amount of testimony and probably some of the people that'll speak after me today. So I hope that the committee will listen to those voices.
Okay, thank you. Representative Hepler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to Representative Buckingham for bringing this forward. One of the questions that I had, and this came out of a conversation I had with the Maine Lobster Union, had to do with, and I'm looking at the summary here, legal actions brought by individuals or entities engaged in Maine's lobster industry. How do you, I mean, does that mean that an individual could bring a lawsuit against the feds and themselves, or do you see this more as a, as more institutions or organizations using this fund?
I feel like it's really going to be more institutions, organizations that are going to be using the fund. They're going to be more equipped to come to the commission to, ask for reimbursements towards their legal fights and that sort of thing. I just, didn't want to exclude anybody because it may become an individual at some point. But I've left that up to the commission in this bill, which is going to be six currently licensed fishermen and 3 currently licensed dealers. Now that's a board that is 9 people that have interest in the industry surviving. This is about survival in this case. And but I've left those appointments up to 3 each by the governor, the Senate president, and the Speaker of the House. I think that any people that are appointed to those commissions by the governor, the Senate president, and the Speaker of the House are going to be people of honor and integrity, and they're going to be responsible with these funds and apportion them wisely.
Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Bloom.
Thank you. Representative Fockingham, is there any other precedent for this kind of fund that's developed, a legal defense fund for any other regulated industry in Maine?
So I think there is a pretty good precedent for this. This is very, very similar to the Promotion Council that was when the lobster industry came to the legislature and wanted some of its license fees designated to a surcharge that could be given to a council that promotes lobsters. So although I don't know of another one that is used for a legal defense, this is one that's going to be used for survival of the industry. In that case, it was about profits. In this case, it's about survival. But I think it's going to be very similar where the industry comes to the state to use it as a collection mechanism and a pass through. So it'll work in almost a mirrored way where those license surcharges are taken out by the department, and then the department is a pass through to the commission. That's the same way that the Lobster Collaborative works. The surcharges are taken from the licenses. They go to the department takes those fees out and then hands them to the collaborative, and then all the spending and budget is up to that committee. And that committee is made up very similar with fishermen, dealers, and but it also has some members of the public and other people. It's a little bit bigger, but that's also because it has a different purpose. That purpose is to a marketing purpose to generate higher profits for fishermen. And this committee is about the legal battle and survival of the industry. So that's why this committee is going to have just industry members on its commission.
May I follow up, please?
Yes.
I personally see a big difference between a marketing collaborative and a legal defense fund. I think they're very different. And frankly, I mean, how much money do you think we're going to need? The state of Maine, I don't think any defense fund is going to help the situation. We need everybody on board, which is what we have right now. We have the state of Maine. We have all these people who are fighting because we all support the Maine lobstermen. And I feel like I don't see. I see it as really different and kind of. And I would like to know if there's any precedent for this at all. I don't see I did not hear that there's a precedent. I'm going to find out if there is. Thank you.
Yeah, so they definitely have very different purposes. You know, one, like I said, one is for marketing and one is for the defense of the industry. But as far as their makeup goes, I think there's a lot of similarities there. And this is going to be reliable money that's going to come in annually, which is going to supplement the legal fight that the industry is going in, because I think that the organizations and the money that's coming in now is I hope that it keeps coming in, but it's definitely going to get expensive, and the industry is going to need this money to supplement those legal battles.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to testimony in favor by Senate President Jackson. Next, if we can have him come in. There he is. Great. Welcome, Senator. Thanks. You are up.
Well, good morning, Senator Miramont, Representative McCrate, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Marine Resources. I am Troy Jackson, and I have the great honor of representing Northern Aroostook County, far from where lobsters are harvested, and serving as the President of the Maine Senate. I'm here today as a proud co-sponsor of LD 1916, an act to create the Legal Defense Fund for the Maine lobster industry. You know, I've had the opportunity to go to Representative Alley's area and be out hauling lobster, and I feel very strongly before that and since then, Maine lobstermen and women are a vital part of our communities and our economy, huge part. I mean, when we talk about our heritage industries, I mean, the fishing industry is as prominent as any of them. And for years, they've adapted the way they make a living to meet new rules and regulations to protect our natural resources and wildlife. And, you know, I got in front of me here, I asked the reference downstairs to, you know, bring up the testimony, everything on when we went to lobster management zones, trying to understand this better. And it's massive, the amount of work that has happened through the years to protect the, you know, the industry and what lobstermen and women have done to try and do that. But however, the latest regulations imposed on the lobster industry are not just misguided, they're incredibly harmful and dangerous to the people that are actually out there doing them. In response, the men and women who make a living on Maine's working waterfront have launched a series of legal challenges to protect their livelihood and the industry. But these legal challenges cost an incredible amount of time and money. LD 1916 would establish the Lobster Legal Defense Commission and the Lobster Legal Defense Fund. The commission would be responsible for administering the fund while also reviewing current and proposed laws, rules, and regulations at the state and federal level that may impact the lobster industry. After reviewing the rules, the commission would then determine the best course of action and then use the funds to carry out those actions on behalf of the lobster industry. Now, this is key also. The funds could also be used to support independent research to ensure that proposed rule changes are backed by scientific evidence. As Maine's lobster industry faces new and evolving challenges, the least that we can do is ensure that they have the resources necessary to meet those challenges and ensure the voices of Maine lobster harvesters are heard. From warming waters affecting lobster migration to federal regulators imposing restrictions despite objections from both the industry and the state's Department of Marine Resources, there has never been a more pressing need to ensure that the lobster industry has a seat at the table when decisions are made that could pull the rug out from under them. The value of landings for Maine's lobster industry in 2020 was more than $400 million, according to preliminary data from the Department of Marine Resources. Many Mainers have been helping their families haul traps since they're able to walk and hold a rope. But the economic impact of Maine's $1.4 billion industry extends beyond those that earn a living hauling traps. The hard work of our lobster community is demand that brings businesses to restaurants, grocers, truckers, storage facilities, and more. And those industries in turn support others and bring tourists to the state. Harm to the lobstering industry could create a cascade of negative effects of the state economy that is really unmanageable up and down the coast, all through the state. And creating a legal defense fund is one practical step that we can take right now to give this essential industry the tools they need to challenge laws, rules, and regulations that would have a negative impact on lobstering and on the state as a whole. It would also put that finding in the hands of people with the expertise to determine how the funds can be used. Now, I understand this is not going to solve all the issues facing the lobstering community overnight, but it will help ensure that lobster harvesters have a voice in future discussions that cannot be ignored. And that is what is happening right now. I feel very strongly about this. And like I said, I am someone that operates in a heritage industry. Well, at least I did, but I'm very close to it in my community. And I've seen battles like this in the past for people that don't have, in my opinion, the people of the state of Maine's best interest. Now, Senator Miramont, I believe we sat right here in my office with multiple people from NOAA who told us that they do not see evidence of right whales in the Gulf of Maine, so much so that they have decided not to fly over it anymore. Now, when you hear that from the regulators, and then they make the decisions that they've made recently about closing off areas and things like that, I think it's time that the state take a more active role in trying to push back on some of these things, because it's going to hurt all of us, regardless if you live in an area like mine or you live in an area like Representative Hutchinson. This is a big deal, and I think it bodes that we need to take a really, really active role on it. Yesterday, I think some of the members of this committee was on a discussion with BOEM, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. I asked a question there about how, and I support offshore wind when done reasonably, but I wanted to know how BOEM, another federal another federal agency, was dealing with NOAA as far as right whales that clearly were in the migratory paths of right whales. And the answer was not helpful. I mean, just that NOAA was discussing these things with them. I mean, it would seem to me that if the right whales conditions, which are, severe, and I understand that, but if we are actually building windmills in areas of New England, not in Maine, but in areas in New England that are going to be in the paths of right whales, and then we should be at least talking about that openly. But I don't hear that discussion in that term, but I do hear it all the time. And when we talk about lobstering in Maine, and that concerns me greatly. I think that, there's a way for this committee and this legislature to do something that is not at the whims of any one of us in the legislature or any administration. It's based on a group of people that probably have much more in-depth knowledge in the industry, and I think that's a better way to do it than we're actually doing it now. So that's why I want to thank Representative Faulkingham. I think he did a great job. I mean, he obviously knows the industry well, much better than I ever will. The history of it is really quite amazing. But I am very concerned about where we're going as a state on this issue, and I think we need to take a more active role as a legislature.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question from Representative Bloom.
President Jackson, thank you. Nice to see you in our
Same here.
Here. Can you point to anything that the state of Maine isn't doing right now to help the lobstermen with all the defense, all the legal defense that we're doing right now? I mean, do you know how much money is being put in it? How much more money needs to be put in it? What exactly is not happening now that should be happening?
Well, Representative Bloom, I'm not going to say that there isn't things being done. I can very much appreciate, but we have an Attorney General's office and they do great work. But when they say that they don't have the expertise to do something like this, and they pass it off to someone else, where we are spending that money, but only on certain lawsuits, that definitely concerns me. I just think that this is something that we should be able to look at all of them, make sure that the legislature and this commission can take an active role in all of them, and I just find that's going to be a better system than. Like I said, deciding to go with some, deciding not to go with others. The issue is any one of these organizations is not going to be able to afford to do these on their own for probably the long-term battle that this is going to be. I've seen a number of times that I saw something similar to this with people that I'm not even sure for some people if it's about the whales as much as it is about entering lobstering and seeing an opportunity to do that. But that obviously is their prerogative too. But I feel differently about why this is important to the entire state of Maine, and I just think that we need to do more in a way that is open, transparent, and everyone knows going into it that they have a chance to make their case of why a certain issue should be done. But I actually said in my testimony, a lot of these conversations I've had, they talk about if the whale is there, if the whale isn't there. I mean, like I said, NOAA has told us, right here to our face that they don't really see a lot of, they don't see any sign because of the copepods and the warming waters that they're chasing the copepods, so they're not in the Gulf anymore. Well, that too is maybe, we should do something that we actually have scientific data of, that the whales aren't in lobster management one, so they don't have to shut down an area like that. But somehow we're going to have to pay for that and do it. And at this point, I don't know anyone that's actually done that.
Do you know, President Jackson, of any other legal defense fund in any other department or for any other regulated industry?
I don't at this point, but I think that all these things are open to interpretation. When I first started in the legislature, I didn't know the Dairy Commission. The dairy industry was in real shambles, and we created a Dairy Commission and put money into it to try and keep our dairy industry going. There's a whole bunch of different times when the legislature steps in to try and help. And I think right now we're in a legal battle with people outside the state. Well, some people in the state of Maine, but mostly people outside the state of Maine, in an agency that, in my opinion, is being pushed to do something that it knows is not accurate, but is being pushed to do that. I think we have to push back. And so my time in the legislature, we do things to react, and this certainly could be a first, but those things doesn't really bother me. What does bother me is losing a $1.4 billion industry that's certainly going to affect people throughout the entire state of Maine.
Thank you, President Jackson. I think we all agree, and everybody in Maine agrees. I do believe that. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative.
Thank you, Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Senator Jackson. Appreciate you coming forth today and speaking on this very important bill. And to piggyback just a little bit, get a little more specific from what Representative Bloom mentioned, is there anything that parallels this, for example, within the logging industry, that logging loggers have formed any type of defense fund to battle some of the legal issues in which they face on a legislative level?
I actually don't know of like a legislative defense fund. Way back before I was in the legislature in '96, we had the clear cutting referendum. That clearly was propped up by the government with the way the referendums went forward. It was 2A, 2B, 2C. There was a lot of finances put into that. They probably weren't actually state government or taxpayer dollars, but there was certainly that. But I tell you, the other thing, and I would be hard pressed to think of it, and somebody could correct me. I don't know that on logging we charge loggers to the extent that lobstermen are charged to fish, and like I said, I've tried to understand the reasoning for all that, and I guess I have come to understand that. We have fuel tax licenses and things like that we have to pay, but for the most part we're not charged to actually cut a tree or by how many trees or anything like that. So that too is different, but I think that would be like the only time I can think of that the state actually stepped into a legal aspect of the logging industry would be back in '96 during that referendum.
Right. And if I may, a follow-up question, Mr. Chair?
Quick one. I think the senator has a meeting, but we want to get everybody's questions.
That's okay.
Okay. All right.
I'm just saying there are aspects of it. I don't know how much the lynx habitat interfered with logging operations, or I know right now the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife is pursuing the fallout or the aspects of LD 404, which is land for Maine's futures, that would parallel this situation in that, the logging industry is affected, and here the fishing industry is affected and needs more help than what they're getting, even though they're getting some help from the state.
Yeah, Representative Thorne. Yeah, I actually had thought about that this morning. That's a great point on the trapping, coyotes and then the bear referendum. The state basically did make the determination to allow the department to go out against that. I mean, that was obviously state resources, but both the trapping and the bear referendum, would have been obviously harmful to the logging industry. Whatever you think about that, it would have made a difference. And those were definitely times where we put resources as a state into that legal battle.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Representative McCreight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, President Jackson, for being here and for your support of this industry and many others. It sounds like what I'm hearing is we need, and we are doing a multi-pronged approach. We're going to have quite a bit landing on the appropriations table. So I know you can't answer this, but what else can we do to support this coming to the top of the pile? Certainly, the governor and legislature has spoken to the federal and the federal delegation have come out strongly in support of the lobster industry. And this is going to be incredibly expensive, unfortunately. So this is one other approach. I guess a concern I have that somebody raised earlier was how the fund is used if we pass this. Like, would an individual be able to bring suit? Probably that's more of a legal question about how suits come forward. Somebody's name goes on it, but some protections around that, I guess.
Yeah, unfortunately, I got a number from sitting in this office of suits that have people's names on it against me. So yeah, I guess that is how it's actually done. But yeah, I mean, I think Representative Foggenham, was correct. That it would probably be organizations as opposed to, just individuals. But I don't know. I mean, I think that's an issue that, if the committee and the legislature chooses to go forward, might not want to limit itself on. I think the fact that the commission would have to vote basically would, stop the frivolous things or the things that I think we all would consider frivolous. I mean, I don't know that, the amount of money is obviously going to mean that, this commission would have to, really think long and hard about which ones it chooses to get into. And there may be some great arguments, ones that they have to say no to, but I just think that, like I said, the legislature overturns often, obviously every 2 years, but we lose that. I mean, administrations do too, and I just think this probably is a better way to make sure that there's institutional memory and a way to track this, a way to keep on top of it. And I just think that we're going to have to do something, more meaningful than, or maybe not as hodgepodge as we are right now.
Thank you, Mr. President. That looks like everyone.
Thank you. Appreciate it, everyone.
Thanks for joining us today. Okay, we will continue with those speaking for. Is Matthew Gilly. The list I have, we'll do Matthew Gilly, Duncan Hass, and James Hanscom. That's our next three people. I see Linda's working on that. Mr. Gilly, whenever you're ready.
Hello again. My name's Matt Gilly. I'm from Cundy's Harbor still. I'm speaking in support of this today. I think it's a no-brainer. I don't feel as though the state is doing enough to defend my industry. If they were, there wouldn't be discussions about a $30 million bailout to help us comply with these whale regulations. They'd be talking about fighting it. To me, when they're talking about giving us a bailout, it sounds like they've already given up. So I'd like to have my future in our own hands, and I'd like to see my money go towards something useful. And I think this fund does just that. I'd rather see it go towards defending my industry than to go to some staff at the DMR. I know I speak for myself and any other fishermen in my area. As the Zone F council rep, I've spoken to a couple of dozen people that all support this bill. I have yet to speak to anybody that doesn't. And I hope that you guys will support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilly, for being here again. I'm going to just change the order briefly. Let me look at this note. Yeah, okay. Chat room is not for talking with each other, but this is a good use of it. So we have Virginia Olson coming in to speak if she's right there and ready.
Mr. Chair, could I ask Mr. Gilly a question?
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. And Mr. Gilly, you still there?
Yes.
Hi, Matt, this is Jay McCrate. Are you saying that you oppose the bill that allows for the $30 million to help retrofit, or are you saying that it wouldn't be enough by itself?
I oppose that bill completely. In my mind, that bill is just saying we as a state give up fighting this and we're going to comply. I don't want to stop fighting this. These regulations are unfounded. And you talk to any fisherman, they'll tell you the same thing. I don't want a bailout. I want the ability to work the way I've been working for my entire life. And that's what they're trying to take away from me. And that's what this fund seems to help us stop from doing.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you again, Mr. Gilly. And I don't see Virginia Olson yet. So Duncan Hass, you're here.
I'm right here.
You are, okay. There you go. Thanks for waiting again, Mr. Haas. And Ms. Olson, please jump in.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate you taking me out of order. Honorable members of the Marine Resource Committee, you have my written testimony. My name is Virginia Olson. I represent the Maine Lobstering Union, and we are in favor of this bill. I missed the beginning of this presentation, so apologize if I repeat anything that's already been said, but I think it is important to know that our tags currently cost 16 cents. And we're looking at paying 75 cents. And I don't think it's too much to ask that with the funds that we currently pay, this would be funds that the fishermen are already paying for a legal defense fund for us. I think that these funds would be, again, vitally important to our industry. This is something that we need as a state. It would be a bipartisan committee. I think that Representative Fockingham is open to amendments. If there's something that the Marine Resource Committee feels strongly about, I don't think that Representative Fockingham would be opposed to having that discussion. But this is very important to the fishermen of Maine and the state of Maine. This is a $1.4 billion industry, and we need to have a voice in our defense. DMR has to sign an MOU with NOAA that they will enforce their regulations in turn, because our patrol are dual deputized to be able to enforce state and federal regulations. We get funds from NOAA. We build boats with those funds. We take fuel money from NOAA to be able to enforce out there. And I think sometimes that muddies the waters in how we can actually stand up and defend our industry. And the creation of this fund basically would allow us to really defend our industry, and we wouldn't have that conflict. It would take the pressure off from the department. And I just think this is a very good bill, and I thank Representative Fockingham for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. Any questions
Yes.
from the committee? I don't see any. Thank you for joining us.
Great, thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay, now we will go to Duncan Haas, James Hanscom, and Jacob Thompson. That's the cue, and that'll be it for speaking in favor. So, Mr. Haas.
Good morning, representatives and senators. I don't know how much better I can argue for this bill than Representative Fockingham, President Jackson, and Virginia just said. I agree with everything they said without, reiterating what they've already said. So I'm for this bill. I think it's a very good idea.
Great, thank you. Representative Thorne has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for my own notes, Mr. Haas, where are you fisherman out of?
Lemoyne.
Lemoyne.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Representative Thorne, for catching that. And thank you, Mr. Haas. Is James Hanscom here?
He is not in the room, Senator.
Okay, and then we will go to Jacob Thompson. Please.
Can you hear me? Do you want me to turn the video on, or is audio enough?
Well, if you got it, we like looking at you, know who you are, but if we can't, we can't, but we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Jacob Thompson. I'm a fisherman from your district, Vinyl Haven, and I'm just calling to say that I am in favor of this bill. I know some people are getting hung down on the fact that it hasn't really been done before, but I mean, there's always a good reason to start something. I'm sure if there was a fight in the North Woods like she was getting to, to outlaw something, that they would probably band together, like Troy said, to start a fund like this. Also, about the individual part of it, I can recall a situation of a fisherman in Massachusetts who was being sued by Max Strahan because they actually found his potboil on a whale. I mean, that could be one of the situations that this fund could be used to help an individual, fight a lawsuit that isn't really by any fault of their own. They're following all the rules, but they just get singled out. I'm pretty sure that the Mass Lobstermen Association backs them in that fight, which I'm assuming, someone in the state would help with that also. But I know that we all give what we can to fight this. And I mean, I'm on committee meetings with different people quite often, and $800,000 for 10 years is far less than some of the donors give to the Sierra Group or any of those other environmental groups in one donation. So, I mean, even with everything we give, we can never match what they got. But we need this money just as much to research, have the science to back what we're saying in court as we do to actually hire the lawyers to go to court, which is what some of the fund for the the trap tags was supposed to be for rail research. So this wouldn't really be taking it away from DMR. It would just be letting us decide which research we think is more valuable part of the research that they would be conducting anyway. So I'd like to thank you guys for listening to me and thank Billy Bob for putting this bill forward. And if anyone has any questions, I'll be right here.
Thank you very much. And are there any questions? Oh, I got something. When I do not, yes, Representative McCrate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I guess what you bring up makes me think about the commission, how they would make decisions. And my understanding is the bill is, I don't know if this is the best way to say it, but to save the industry. So I guess the commission would be deciding whether the example you gave would be one that does that. Does that make sense? Is that how you're thinking?
What can you repeat that? Did you ask me how I think the commission should run? Is that what you're kind of asking?
Well, I was thinking about the example that you gave of someone being sued and needing help to counter that suit. I think the commission, I think the purpose here is for the commission to defend the industry, and it would be up to the commission to decide if a particular suit benefits the whole industry or not. Is that how you see it as well?
Yes, I do. But I mean, in that particular instance, when you're suing one individual, if they won that lawsuit against that one, then they would just come and file lawsuits against everyone individually. And if you can't fight them, then he would know, or they would know how to get you out of the industry they would probably just make you sign an agreement that says you wouldn't set any more traps or lines in the water. And I mean, if you couldn't afford to fight them, that would pretty much be the only way you could get out of it. So, I mean, if we don't help, if something like that did occur and we didn't back them, then I could see that being a way that they could kind of backdoor the federal government and get people out of the fishing industry. I guess that's kind of how I see it. But yes, mostly I would think it would go to the MLA lawsuits or the union lawsuits or to the attorney general if he needed more funds to hire a scientist to research something. That's kind of the way I saw it. But when someone brought up an individual, it made me think of that one specific incident that has already happened in Massachusetts, probably 15 years ago, or 10 or 15 at least.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I don't see any other questions. Appreciate you being here.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and we're going to go next to Representative Arford, and then Jim Hansen.
Senator?
Jim Hanscom is going to be after that.
Yes.
And Representative Arford, please go ahead and welcome.
Yes, thank you so much for helping me make it possible to testify this morning, as I am also in my own committee meeting during a work session while we're voting. So here goes. Good morning, Senator Miramont, Representative McCray, and respected members of the Joint Standing Committee on Marine Resources. My name is Poppy Arford, and I am proud to represent House District 49, the western part of Brunswick that encompasses a residential business, farming, and working waterfront community. I am speaking today in support of LD 1916 and the lobster fishery in Maine, a heritage billion-dollar industry that has served to employ and support the people of Maine since the mid-1800s. I will keep my comments brief so as not to repeat what has been so well stated by Representative Fockingham and lead co-sponsor Senator Jackson. They have done an excellent job of laying out the need and justification for a Lobster Legal Defense Fund and Lobster Legal Defense Commission in Maine, both of which are proposed to provide monies for legal actions involving, but not limited to, matters connected to the regulation of the United States Department of Commerce, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration implementing the Atlantic Large Whale Take Reduction, and that is a mouthful. I believe that every American, every Mainer, has the right to mount a worthy defense in the courts when faced with a legal challenge to their legitimate means of providing for themselves, their family, and their community. This is what this bill works to accomplish by establishing a legal defense fund and the means of administering it. I ask that you vote ought to pass as amended by Representative Fockingham. Thank you, and I am happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Representative. Anybody have any questions? I see none. We'll let you get back to your other work and voting. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Talk to you later. We are going to bring in, well, Representative Stanley's here. You want to say hi, Representative? I missed you earlier on the introductions.
Hi, everybody. I'm Representative Peggy Stanley. I represent the beautiful Katahdin region.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to see you there. Now, Mr. Hanscom is using Ms. Olson's login here. Linda, can you change the name? If not, we'll just go with it. Go ahead, Mr. Hanscom, and tell us where you're from. Thank you very much.
Can you hear
Linda.
me?
We can.
Okay. I'm a little challenged at this stuff. My name is Jim Hanscom. I'm the vice chair for the Zone B Lobster Council, and I also sit as the vice chair for the Maine Lobstermen's Union. I could go on and on and on. I'd like to thank Senator Jackson and Representative Fockingham. They said everything that needs to be said. This is a no-brainer. We have no choice in this matter. I guess one of the biggest things, I can just back up everything they said. I would really like to have the opportunity to address Representative Bloom, but it looks like she's not on here. I just hope that this council in the state of Maine is fully understanding the value of the Maine lobster industry and the repercussions that are going to come with this if we don't fight it. There's actually a part of this that is potentially an impossible fight because we're going up against environmentalists that have hundreds of millions of dollars. And there's also language in the Environmental Protection Act and the Marine Mammal Protection Act that is like a noose for us. So as Representative Fockingham has stated, the only way to move forward is to fight. And unfortunately, it's going to take money. It really disturbing me a little bit hearing questions on the comparison of whether or not there's any other defense funds for other industries in the state of Maine. What if we're just the ones that are stepping up first? You know, I don't really feel like that matters. This is a very important industry. And what Representative Fockingham is proposing to you is the use of our own money. We're not asking for money from the state. We're asking for a portion of the money that we are funding. I think I'm in favor of the marketing collaborative. I think we need marketing, but at this point in time, we are almost catching less lobsters than we have market for. Our markets are strong. We actually need to market ourselves. And so I think with use of these funds, this is just a way of us saying, we need some help. We need to be able to direct these funds where they need to go. In comparison, what the state is doing, I'll go along with Senator Jackson. I don't want to say that the state is not doing anything, but boy, this is a huge industry and we need more. We need more. And this is a way for us to use our own money that we're paying in. We're not asking the state for any money. And people need to realize that this lobster industry, when Senator Jackson mentioned it as a 1.4 trickle down, economics industry, this goes way beyond us on the boat. If you go to the outer islands or you go to Stonington or you go down east of Winter Harbor and whatnot, if this lobster industry goes under, the coffee shop goes under, the grocery store goes under, then there's no schools, it's important. I got a son that's coming up through here and I'm scared for him. But I believe we can fight this. But this is, like I say, I can't stress it enough. This is a way for us to use our own money. We are paying this in. And I hope that you guys will get behind it and support it. It's probably one of the greatest things I've heard of yet in this fight against whales. And I've been involved in it since 1996 when it all started. And we are up against such bogus regulations. It's incomprehensible to me that all the evidence in the world is there that we're doing nothing wrong. We have done nothing wrong. This species is thriving, actually, and there's evidence to prove that it's going to grow even more without us doing anything further from what we've had to do now. But it's just going to take money, and it's going to take millions of dollars in the long term, really millions and millions of dollars. And this is the first step as a way for us to generate some funds, which we generate on our own. I've raised money via the MLU. The MLA has got a campaign going, raising money. Fishermen are donating into it. But we can only bear so much out of our own pockets directly. But if you take it via the licensing system, I mean, you're paying it anyways. And I think it should be appropriated in that regard. And I don't think that Representative Falkenham is asking for a law. He really, really isn't. And maybe it's a stepping stone for other industries that are facing some peril to step up and find some avenues to protect themselves too. I mean, this state of Maine, it's a great state, and the economic engine runs on a certain few things. And this is very, very important. And if we lose this lobster fishery, the long term, this state's going to feel it. And it's one of those things you don't want to say, shoot, we should have done something back then and we didn't. And this is our opportunity to do something now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hampton.
If anybody has any questions
Let's
for
see if anybody has any. I think you're very supportive, but I think the questions have been asked of some of the things you said, so I don't see any questions. Thanks for working your way in today. Appreciate it.
Okay, sorry for the technological difficulties on my end.
Yeah, we're all dealing with it. But you did great. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, now we're going to switch to folks speaking against. And I'll just go in order, barring anybody having, I don't see any legislators. So, okay. Dustin Delano, Beth Galley, Commissioner Kelleher are the first three, and then it'll be Mary Ann LaCroix, Holly Travers, Barbara Scapa. Those are the six against. That'll be in that order. We're probably bringing in Mr. Delano, I would imagine. Yeah.
The system is very slow at transferring people today for some reason.
Well, okay.
Would you like me to go, Senator?
I would, yeah. Why don't you do the overview? Maybe some of the folks won't have to say as much. So, I mean, I want them to say everything that's relevant, but not repeat. So you got a good grasp here. Let's go. Thanks, Commissioner.
Okay. Senator Merrimont, Representative McCrate, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Marine Resources. My name is Patrick Kelleher. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Marine Resources, and I'm testifying on behalf of the department in opposition to LD 1916. Before I speak to the details of this legislation, I would like to commend Representative Falkenham for shedding light on the extraordinary legal costs that both the industry and the state has and will expend on several different lawsuits that have been filed in federal court. Our opposition to the proposal is related to the details of the bill, but also questions if this type of instrumentality makes sense for this purpose. LD 1916 proposes to establish a legal defense fund for the Maine lobster industry and a 9-member commission to administer the fund. The fund is capitalized, as you've heard, by 20 cents from the sale of each lobster trap tag, which equates to $600,000 annually, and 20% of the surcharge collected by the Maine Lobster Marketing Collaborative, which is approximately $380,000 annually. As the department has recently presented to the Lobster Advisory Council and the Lobster Zone Councils, the department had to raise the price of lobster trap tag fees in 2020 for the 2020 season from 50 cents per tag to 75 cents per tag in order to stabilize the Lobster Management Fund, which currently supports, in whole or in part, 19 department positions working on the lobster fishery in the Bureau of Marine Science, the Bureau of Marine Patrol, and the Bureau of Policy and Management. Due to the rising trap tag costs to the department, without that increase, the Lobster Management Fund would have gone into the red in FY 2023. Diverting 20 cents from each of the tags sold will now have the same effect, which would mean the department will have to lay off Marine Patrol officers, lobster science and assessment staff, policy staff, and licensing support staff. While I appreciate the sponsor of the legislation has stated that he will help us secure a general fund allocation in lieu of these revenues, it gives me no comfort that this will actually happen, leaving the industry with less agency support in the end. Similarly, a Maine Lobster Marketing Collaborative that this committee just reauthorized is funded by a surcharge on the lobster license holders. Collectively, harvesters and dealers contribute $1.9 million annually to support the marketing and promotion efforts on behalf of the Maine lobster industry. The collaborative has a board that annually approves their work plan and budget based on the revenues they receive. If 20% of their funds are redirected to a legal defense fund, the collaborative will either need to eliminate some of its own work programs on behalf of the industry or make an across-the-board cut, which will mean that they are not carrying out any of their programs effectively. Marianne LaCroix, the executive director for the collaborative, can explain how this proposal would impact their work. In addition to the concerns regarding the negative impacts on science, enforcement, management, promotion, and public relations, programs that are critical to the health of the lobster fishery in this industry, the department also has several significant concerns regarding how this work would be carried out, including but not limited to, who is providing staff and legal guidance for this commission? Without support, how would a committee of lobster harvesters and dealers understand the complexity of federal and state laws that groups or industry members would want to file suit on? Without such legal guidance, how will informed decisions be made? Furthermore, someone will be needed to organize meetings, materials, presentation, votes, minutes, letters, etc. And it is unclear how the business of such a commission would actually be conducted. Because the state is collecting these funds for the administration by a statutorily created body, meetings of the commission would need to be public, unless there is a legal basis for the commission to meet in executive session. Public discussions of legal strategies in the level of detail that would enable the commission to make decisions is likely to compromise the legal strategy of the entities applying for funds. I can guarantee you that members of the environmental groups will listen in on any public meeting as they do now with our lobster zone meetings. As designed, there are no terms for members of the committee or commission, excuse me, so they would serve for the duration of the fund through 2032. Given that 3 different entities are making appointments, the governor, the president of the Senate, and the Speaker of the House, there is no guarantee that the industry will have the diverse representation needed. You could have a group of license holders making legal decisions that benefit themselves to the detriment of other sectors in the industry. Finally, it appears that in addition to the opportunity to provide legal defense for the industry, an allowable use of the fund is for individuals who have violated laws or regulations to access funding for their own legal defense. This seems especially problematic to direct funds collected from all license holders for the purpose of benefiting one fisherman. Ultimately, one of the things that has been most damaging to the industry is the lack of a unified approach to the challenges they are facing, and as drafted, this bill could exacerbate that issue. At present, we have 3 different entities, the department, the Maine Lobstermen's Association, and the Maine Lobstering Union, pursuing separate legal strategies in multiple lawsuits. While this is understandable, it does complicate matters, and it creates the potential for one entity to take a position that could be damaging to the other efforts. The department does not want to see this situation further complicated by the creation of a fund that any individual can approach and receive funding for their own legal strategy that could focus not only on federal laws or rules, but also state laws or rules based on the drafting of the concept. As you are aware, the department has hired outside counsel to represent the state in the existing lawsuits. I'm pleased to announce the governor has approved my request to include in the upcoming supplemental appropriations bill an additional $980,000 to ensure that our legal work that is being conducted to benefit the entire Maine lobster industry can be funded. Fundamentally, we firmly believe it is the state's role to represent the interest of all license holders in these matters. We are not aware of any other situation where the state has formed a legal defense fund on behalf of private industry advocacy groups. The question the committee needs to ask itself is whether this type of legal defense fund makes sense, or whether the AG's office and the executive branch should continue to take the lead on this type of action. Thank you for your consideration. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, committee, any questions for the commissioner? Representative Bloom.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Kelleher. Thank you for illuminating a couple of problems with this, which I appreciate understanding. So $980,000 is going to be asked to be used for the defense of in these suits. Is that, did I get to hear that correctly?
Yeah, that's correct. And if I could expand on that just a little bit more, the work that the committee did last year helped stabilize one of our other funds, the Opportunity Fund. So that gave me some flexibility to use some money from our Opportunity Fund plus the funds from the governor's discretionary account, which she allocated towards the Department of Marine Resources efforts. So this $980,000 would be on top of that to help cover our existing legal fees and projected legal fees through the remainder of both the CBD suit that is ongoing and the MLA suit that is ongoing, both of those which we are interveners in.
Yeah, follow up?
Certainly.
So, what was I gonna say? Oh, you talked about the public-private aspect of making decisions about lawyers in a public, or making decisions about strategy in the public sphere. When you hired your lawyer, was that a public process at all, or how did that work? I mean, it seems to me that what we got here is we've got the legislative branch, and then we've got the judicial branch, and we've got the executive branch, and the judicial branch is there. The Attorney General is there for this very reason, because they are not under the same public constraints as we are. Is that correct?
Yeah. It was not an open bid process, if that's what you mean, Representative Bloom. The process by which we followed was one, first of receiving approval. In order for a state agency to hire outside counsel, we need approval. The governor needs to request such outside counsel from the AG, and the AG actually gives final approval to the hiring of that outside counsel. In this case, the department spent a lot of time having conversations with other attorneys that know specifically both the Federal Endangered Species Act and the Federal Marine Mammal Protection Act. We were pointed in the direction of two firms, and both of them were located on the West Coast. Both of those firms have some of the best experience there is in the country related to these two federal laws. Our first choice was hired actually by the Maine Lobstermen's Association. So they have retained that particular counsel. The other choice, I shouldn't say first choice, because they're both equally versed in both of these laws. And then the second choice was a firm by Nossaman, is a firm called Nossaman on the West Coast. And we ended up having conversations with them. We got preliminary, had them look at the issues at hand. We got a preliminary view from them on what the major drivers were and the sticking points were as from a legal standpoint. We identified the attorneys they wanted to use, the experience that those attorneys have, generational experience, decades of experience that they have. All of this information was then supplied to the Attorney General's office and the governor's office to approve the hiring, the final approval of the hiring of this firm.
And I guess finally, there is no other precedent for such a legal defense fund that you can see.
I did do some research on that, going through Maine revised statutes to see if I could find any language around any legal defense funds such as this, and none, I could not find any. All of the experience that I have within the state system is that the state agency becomes the lead, whether it's the Attorney General's office that is filing those lawsuits on their behalf, or whether outside counsel is ultimately hired.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner. Okay, I don't see any other questions, so no, Representative Thorne does. He wants to know where you're from. Sorry, Representative, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Kelleher, for showing up today and giving us your views of the department's thoughts on this bill. And it raises kind of a question for me. You know, the way you've explained it, what if future administration or future Attorney General for Maine doesn't feel like fighting for the lobster industry? Does that mean that wouldn't be an effort they'd put forward or money they'd put forward? And also, second part, it says, you know, this doesn't it give it a mechanism to fight for themselves versus the lobster industry?
Well, I mean, so the first part of your question, Representative Thorne, I think there's always going to be change, right? In who sits in my seat, who sits in your seat, who sits in the governor's office, right? I mean, those type of issues, matter of fact, they were raised this morning by by Sebastian Bell on the aquaculture issue, saying, well, you know, we trust this commissioner, but not the next. I mean, I think it's a dangerous place for us to not pass good public policy based on what might happen in the future, right, with different people that might come into play. The fact of the matter is, as Representative Falkingham, Senate President Jackson, a lot of fishing industry members who I respect, all correctly pointed out, this is a $1.4 billion industry that's in the state of Maine. So I find it difficult that anybody in the future, with the threat that this industry is facing, wouldn't continue to find ways to stand up for this industry.
And a follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chair?
Certainly.
And I'm just also thinking ahead as far as, you know, the money generated from this in this fund. Is it it's possible that this fund could be used to help state-led efforts as well, also, couldn't it? You know, if we talk about getting money from, you know, the governor, the chief executive's discretionary fund and other places, isn't this also, wouldn't it be a source of funding if needed?
That's not how I read the bill. I read it as going to very much specific to the support of the industry and the industry-led efforts, which, you know, listen, I understand the cost associated with what they're going through and the whole premise behind this. It's just the idea of utilizing these type of resources for this activity at the detriment of the other programs within the department. I think we have to make sure that we're balancing those. I mean, the idea of losing Marine Patrol officers at this time is, and the science that is supporting much of the activity that has been raised by industry members is very problematic as well.
And this is where the science has got us to this point. That's the other disturbing part.
This is where the federal science has gotten us to this point. We continue to push back, and that's what we're pushing back on as it relates to the Maine Lobstermen Association suit against the biological opinion.
I guess from a non-fisherman layman's perspective, it seems like all that we have has not been enough.
This is, I've been working in and around the Endangered Species Act since I started in state service some 20 years ago when I was dealing with Atlantic salmon. It's a very complex law where you need great understanding of the depth of those laws, the policies associated with laws, and probably more importantly, the case law associated with all of these laws. Honestly, that's why the Attorney General's office said, yes, we don't have that. We don't have that sitting on our bench in the office, and that's why we need to hire outside counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions for the Commissioner? Seeing none. Thank you, Commissioner Kelleher.
Thank you.
And moving on with testimony in opposition, we have Dustin Delano in the room, I believe. There he is. Welcome.
Thank you. Senator Miramont, Representative McCrate, and members of the Marine Resources Committee. My name is Dustin Delano of Friendship, and I'm the Vice President of the Maine Lobstermen's Association. Environmental groups have a long history of using lawsuits as a weapon to shut down the Maine lobster fishery. As a result, we are now required to meet a 98% risk reduction to right whales, or it will be illegal for National Marine Fisheries Service to permit our fishery. Last September, MLA filed a lawsuit to fight this 10-year whale plan. We're demanding that National Marine Fisheries Service use objective science rather than scapegoat our traditional fishery. We are also involved in ongoing litigation from the environmental community, which seeks to shut down our fishery. It is clear that the fate of the lobster industry is largely in the hands of the courts. Fortunately, there are 3 strong legal efforts already underway by the MLA, the MLU, and the Maine Department of Marine Resources. Each brings its own expertise and addresses different aspects of that threat. MLA believes it is worth taking a step back to assess what is and isn't working with the ongoing legal defense efforts before looking to the government for intervention. We appreciate Representative Foxham's effort, but MLA cannot support LD 1916 until we have a better understanding of how this program would work and whether this well-intended proposal might unintentionally undermine ongoing legal efforts. The MLA urges the Marine Resources Committee to explore how the legal defense funds would be fairly and equitably dispersed. Since these funds would be held by the government, there could be requirements to disclose legal strategy or jeopardize attorney-client privilege, which would undermine the legal efforts of the applicant. The MLA urges the Marine Resources Committee to explore alternative funding mechanisms, such as repurposing the $30 million envisioned in LD 1898. The MLA does not support diverting funds that currently benefit the lobster fishery. The trap tag fees provide critical enforcement and science staff for the lobster fishery, and Maine Lobster Marketing Collaborative has played a critical role in expanding demand for Maine lobsters. LD 1916 lacks detail about how the Lobster Legal Defense Commission will function. The members of the lobster industry who are most qualified to provide effective guidance and make difficult strategic choices about funding priorities are already involved in the pending litigations. This could create a conflict of interest. Finally, the MLA believes it would be difficult to use these funds to defend an industry member accused of violating federal regulations. We are not clear how to create the guidance needed to differentiate a case in which an industry member has been falsely accused versus someone who has intentionally violated the law. The MLA supports LD 1916's goal to ensure that the industry has the necessary financial resources to save Maine's lobster industry. However, we cannot support this bill until we understand exactly how it would work and how it could impact ongoing legal defense efforts. MLA will also submit full written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delano. Any questions from the committee? You anticipated a couple of my questions. I was going to ask you what concerns you had, which you talked about, and I was going to ask you if you had alternative suggestions, and you did suggest one. And you are going to submit testimony written. So I guess that's all I have. Anyone
Yes, we
else?
are. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no questions. Thank you, Mr. Delano. And next I have Ms. Gilley, Beth Gilley, I'm sure I'm saying that wrong.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I don't see my picture coming up. I guess maybe it's my computer.
It was a minute ago, but you disappeared.
Oh, okay. Well, who
go ahead.
knows? All right. Hi. Good morning, Senator Mearmont, Representative McCrate, and the members of the Marine Resources Committee. My name is Beth Galley, and I'm the president of Maine Animal Coalition. We are a statewide organization dedicated to elimination of animal abuse and exploitation through education, advocacy, and example. I'm here because I oppose this bill. I support the federal government's efforts to save the right whale. I heard a lobsterman testify today that the species is thriving. Well, in fact, there are only 336 whales believed to be existing. And in fact, sadly enough, no matter what we do, we may not be able to save them. I'm not a scientist, and I haven't weighed all the evidence between the two parties, but I am skeptical of a large industry saying that they are not the cause of the right whale's demise. And the federal government, I believe to a certain degree what the federal government has basis is for its lawsuits. I do know that they put over 500,000 lines into the Gulf of Maine and the lobster industry. And I do know that about 90% of the existing wells, they believe, have been entangled in lines. And so it's a very serious problem. And therefore, I have not dismissed the federal government as acting frivolously and against the interest of the lobster industry for no reason.
Mr. President, point of order.
Yes, will you defer, Ms. Galley? Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As far as this is concerned, an act to establish a legal defense fund, I'm just asking if Ms. Galley would stick to the aspect of the establishing of the legal defense versus the purpose of the right whale situation in Maine. If we could just kind of narrow that down to the aspect of the bill, that would be appreciated.
Well, I must say that I am an attorney and I've practiced law for 30 years. And so I think that, yes.
Please defer for a minute. Thank you, Ms. Representative Thorne, for that comment. We do need to stay focused on the bill before us, which is about establishing a fund. So if you could direct your comments there, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Well, I don't agree with the purpose of the fund. I don't believe that the lobster industry is being persecuted by the federal government, and I'm greatly concerned with right whale's existence. And I believe many Mainers are, and I think it's very important that the committee realizes this. And I've heard that the lobster industry, $1.4 billion industry. Well, it seems like a $1.4 billion industry is capable of raising its own legal defense fund. And so I'm just saying we are not all of one mind here about the lobster industry. And I've submitted written testimony, and I want you to keep in mind that many people who are Mainers love the idea of preserving the right whale for future generations.
Thank you. I think you've made that point, and I don't see written testimony. If you could resubmit. I don't, unless I'm missing it, I can ask our clerk if she sees it. I don't.
Okay, good, because I think I submitted it twice.
I don't see
but
it.
Anyway, okay.
Resubmit, that'd be great. Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Galley? I'm sure I'm saying it wrong. Seeing none, moving on to our next person testifying in opposition is Ms. Scapa. Again, I'm saying that wrong too, I'm sure. Barbara Scapa. I can see you, but you're muted. There you go.
All right. So we may just want to go to audio.
Okay,
Okay?
I can hear you.
So I'm going to stop video.
Now I'm not hearing you.
Oh, are we on?
Now I hear you. Don't we love technology?
Oh, we're technologically challenged for sure. Anyway, thank you. I'm the executive director of a brand new organization here in Maine called Mainers Guarding Right Whales. And our mantra is very simple. It's called, is your lobster whale safe? So we're all about defending our industry, our lobster industry, as well as the right, excuse me, I'm missing some video here. Let me just continue. Maine is Guarding Right Whales is also part of a Maine coalition for North Atlantic right whales. It encompasses a number of other organizations, including fishing. And I learned about the extinction, the imminent extinction of the species just about a year ago.
Okay, Ms. Zappa, I'm going to ask you the same as Representative Thorne brought up. Could you focus on the bill, please? Your position on the bill, which is set up a legal defense fund for the.
Yes, I think I've been muted again. No, we are opposed to this bill because it really doesn't, as other people have pointed out, point to the solution. The solution to the problem of the right whales is that the lobster industry convert its fishing technology to ropeless technology. That is not addressed in this bill. So what we would like to see is to have support going from your committee towards financing and mechanisms that address the problems at the source, which is the lobster traps killing and entrapping marine mammals, including the whales. So that's why we're opposed to this. We'd rather see this rewritten in that direction. So that's my statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony. Do we have others waiting to testify in opposition? Asking Linda, are there others? I don't see any others who are, if you're here to testify in opposition, could you raise your hand? Oh, okay, I do see Mary Ann. Are you here to testify in opposition?
Yes.
Thank you. Please go ahead. Identify yourself, where you're from, and any organization that you represent.
Thank you. Good afternoon, I guess it is now. Senator Miramont, Representative McCreight, and members of the Marine Resources Committee. My name is Mary Ann LaCroix. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Lobster Marketing Collaborative, and I'm here to testify against LD 1916. The collaborative is charged with promoting Maine lobster globally and identifying market areas that will provide the greatest return on investment for the industry. We provide one powerful voice for the hundreds of local fishermen, dealers, and processors in the industry. The Maine lobster industry is facing significant threats, especially with new regulations created to increase protections for North Atlantic right whales. The industry is facing not only legal battles, however, but also the battle of public opinion. These lawsuits and other issues are bringing increased and potentially negative media attention to the fishery, which could in turn cause consumers and other buyers to lose confidence in the Maine lobster brand. The MLMC's important role during this time is to maintain the reputation of the fishery so that people continue to choose and buy Maine lobster in the face of these challenges. Sustainability has always been a cornerstone of the Maine lobster brand image, but the fishery's sustainability credentials are under attack. MLMC has a robust and proactive marketing program in place to maintain confidence in Maine lobster as a premium, sustainable product. The MLMC not only defends our brand every day, but also attacks the falsehoods that are mischaracterizing the fishery. In addition to our work in reputation management, we also have an ongoing program to engage consumers year-round, keeping Maine lobster top of mind and inspiring product usage. We produce materials that are used by lobster dealers and wholesalers to sell lobster worldwide. The consistency of the marketing program is critical to keeping positive messages about Maine lobster in front of both consumer and wholesale customers. Cuts to the marketing budget would make it difficult for the NLMC to support the industry in both protecting the brand reputation and promoting the product throughout the year. A 20% reduction would create a significant impact on the marketing program, likely forcing a choice between doing either brand management or promotions. Loss of consumer confidence in the brand could lead to another crisis for the industry, this time on the demand side of the business. Maine lobster is competing in a marketplace where branded and commodity products are vying for attention. Other food commodity boards like the Cranberry Marketing Committee and the National Mango Board have crop values lower than Maine lobster, but are working with marketing budgets that are 2 or 3 times what we leverage to promote Maine lobster. The collaborative provides broad marketing support for the thousands of fishermen and hundreds of dealers and processors that rely on Maine lobster. We are able to maintain an increased demand for Maine lobster in the face of issues like negative publicity around right whales and unexpected issues like a worldwide pandemic. Thank you for your consideration, and I am happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. LaCroix. Do we have any questions from the committee? Representative Hutchins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In listening to Ms. LaCroix's statements about the promotion of lobsters, maybe the agency hasn't done a good enough job thinking about the people that catch the lobsters rather than just selling them. And I think maybe the lobstermen have reached the point where they're kind of at the point, if they could have a boat that could drive on the road, they would be doing what Canada is doing in Ottawa nowadays. They think they've been forgotten, and this particular proposal of Representative Cunningham's is an answer to them, in the fact that they have over many years done everything that's been asked of them over and over and over again, and now even more is going to be asked with no proof that especially on the whale side, someone just said that 90% of whales have been entangled in fishing rope and line, and of course there's absolutely no proof of that. And in fact, 2017, I guess it was the last time that there was an entanglement in Maine waters, and that one was untangled and lived. So they're kind of the end of their tether a little bit, I think.
Representative, do you have a question? I appreciate your comments, but do you have a question for Ms. LaCroix?
Well, the question is, are they focused where they should be? I think maybe is the question. I know some of it is on the sales side, but maybe they're not focused enough on the total aspect of selling lobsters. Thanks.
Well, we do have representation on our board from both lobstermen and dealers and processors, as well as a couple public members. And we definitely work very hard every year to, our job is to create value throughout the entire industry. And certainly a big portion of that is making sure that people are buying lobster, because if they're not, that affects everyone from the dealers and processors down to the individual fishermen. So our work is designed to create value for the whole fishery, and definitely including the lobstermen. And lobstermen are spokespeople for the media. We have, we do put a lot of focus on promoting sort of the heritage aspect of the industry, the community aspect, and certainly the good work that the fishermen do and have been doing for the past 20 years to save right whales.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. LaCroix? Seeing none, thank you for being here today and testifying.
Thank you.
And next, I see Ms. Travers, Holly Travers, here to testify in opposition. Is that right?
Correct. Can you hear me?
We can. Please identify yourself, where you're from, and any organization.
Senator Miramont, Representative McCrate, and respected members of the Marine Resources Committee. My name is Holly Travers. I live in Westbrook, Maine. I am not here in association with any group. I am here to testify in opposition to LD 1916. I'm not going to follow my written testimony, which I did send to you. I'll follow it somewhat, but I don't think you need for me to sing the praises of whales. I am not fighting the lobster industry. I'm trying to protect an important resource to the health of the ocean, which should ultimately help all fisheries. Maine fishermen say a right whale death has never been attributed to the Maine lobster industry, but that doesn't exonerate Maine's vertical lines. If not immediately drowned, a whale can swim for 6 months to years, dragging gear, thus crossing into Canadian waters or succumbing to injuries off the US coastline. And in 70% of known entanglements, no gear is recovered, so the source of entanglement is unknown. What we do know is that Maine has the highest concentration of all vertical gear in US waters, and whales travel through Maine waters. 83% of
Madam
identified—
Chair, point of order.
Yes,
Again.
Representative Thorne, I was expecting that. Go ahead, please.
Thank you.
So I will anticipate Representative Thorne's comment, which is to please stick to the bill. The bill is to set up a legal defense fund for the Maine lobster industry. And your opposition, could you explain why you're opposed?
I'm opposed because I don't think that there's a validity to the science, and which is what I was trying to explain before I was interrupted. But I will go on to say that I don't want the lobster industry to be hurt. I support LD 1898. I find that if LD 1916 could engender stronger regulations on the shipping industry, or give us better monitoring of whale migrations, or provoke more frequent evaluations of the validity of restrictions, I might not be opposed to it. But I fear the greatest intent is to resist closure areas and new fishing technology, thus contributing to the risk of North Atlantic right whales. I have to ask one question that I think is important. Where is the evidence that the source of entanglement is currently all from Canadian fisheries? Canada has enacted fishing restrictions and is funding the expanded use of ropeless fishing technology. Don't we all share a responsibility to reduce the extinction now? Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you. And I see your written testimony is available to us. Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Travers from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Do we have anyone in the waiting room who is here to testify on this bill in any posture?
No, the one person that was remaining on the list is not in the waiting room. I've checked a number of times, so that looks like everyone to me.
Great, thank you. Okay, so that is all the testimony on the bill. We don't have any neither for nor against, I believe.
That's correct.
Okay, so we will close the public hearing on LD 1916. Thank you, everybody. Senator Mearmont had to step away. I'm not sure if he's back yet. I don't think so. We have had a request to caucus before we go to our work session. And our caucuses would be by Zoom. So we'll have to get a link out to, these are partisan caucuses. I don't know if the Republican caucus chooses to do so. The Democratic caucus has requested the opportunity. Representative Hepler.
Are we not hearing the Menhaden bill
You're right.
today?
But it's my bill. Actually, it's Genevieve's bill, Representative McDonald's bill, but she's not here.
Okay.
So that I would do it for her. So until Senator Miramont's back, we can't
Okay.
really do that. So let's see if we can figure out a caucus. It's 12:15. Let's say we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. Oh,
Madam Chair,
yes.
I mean, I don't know how much you take this into consideration or not, but we've got a lot of busy fishermen I know that are sitting here on this, and they've been on here since 9 a.m.
Right.
Can we try to move forward with the Menhaden bill sooner than that? And then, you know, even if we maybe a 10-minute break now or something and come back to that, it would, I know that, you know, that's just a long time for them.
Thank you. Good point. Let me check with Senator Miramont, see if I can get him.
And you have a senator here, so we can still do it.
Yes, thank you. Let me give it just a minute.
Representative McCreight, are we waiting for the sponsor? Is that the problem?
No, she's not able to be here, but I said I would present the bill. If someone else would like to present the bill, it's a department bill. If someone could just read the summary, and then we can proceed with the public hearing. That would be an alternative.
I don't have it in front of me, so I'm happy to help you if you need that. Or if Allison looks like she's got it.
You've got it? Okay, so we'll have Representative Hepler present the bill, and then we'll proceed to public hearing. Thank you, Representative Fockingham. Excellent point.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we're opening the public hearing on LD 1908 and to limit eligibility for commercial Menhaden fishing licenses. Representative Hepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not going to repeat the title again since you just reported it. I'm Allison Hepler. I represent the towns of Aroustic, Georgetown, Pittsburgh, Woolwich, Dresden, and a small part of Richmond. And I'm presenting this bill, which is numbered 1908. And the summary reads, this bill beginning in 2023 limits eligibility for commercial Menhaden fishing licenses to those who held a license to fish commercially from Menhaden in any year from 2016 to 2021 and landed 25,000 pounds or more of Menhaden in at least one of those years. It provides that the Commissioner of Marine Resources may not issue a resident commercial Menhaden fishing license or a non-resident commercial Menhaden fishing license to any individual in any year subsequent to 2023, unless that individual possessed that license in the previous calendar year. And I'd like to say I could answer any questions, but I'm pretty sure I can't. But I look forward to other people testifying about this.
Okay, thank you. We have no co-sponsors and no representatives or senators listed to testify. So Director Gilbert, you're here. Could you go ahead with your testimony?
Of course. Thank you, Representative McCreight and members of the committee. My name is Deirdre Gilbert. I'm the Director of State Marine Policy at DMR, and I am testifying on behalf of the department in support of LD 1908. This is a department bill. I recognize that Representative McDonald was not able to be available today, so I do appreciate your cooperation in bringing it forward. As many of you will recall, fishing for Menhaden was originally authorized under the commercial pelagic and anadromous license, and then under that same license with a Menhaden endorsement, and then most recently in 2021 under a separate Menhaden license. Under the existing law, a license holder may choose to purchase either a commercial or a non-commercial Menhaden license. This proposed legislation would limit access to commercial Menhaden licenses to those individuals who are authorized to fish for Menhaden in any of the past 6 fishing seasons, so that would be 2016 through 2021, and who landed at least 25,000 pounds in any of those years. The non-commercial license would remain available to any individual who did not qualify for the commercial license or anyone who has previously not held a license. So to be clear, the non-commercial license is open access. Menhaden is managed under a quota that is established through the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, or ASMFC, and Maine currently receives 0.52% of the overall quota, which in 2021 and 2022 was 2.1 million pounds from the total allowable catch. In addition to the quota that is allocated to each state, there is 1% of the TAC that is currently set aside for episodic events. And if a state has caught their quota, but there are still large numbers of fish available in state waters, a state can apply for participation in the episodic event portion of the fishery. All states that are granted participation in the episodic event portion of the fishery must collectively stay within the 1% set aside, which in 2021 and 2022 was 4.2 million pounds. And then finally, states may also request quota transfers from other states who do not anticipate catching all of their quota in a given season. And as an aside, that has frankly gotten more competitive in recent years, obtaining some of that additional quota. So once the quota fisheries are exhausted, states may move into what's called the incidental catch or small scale phase of the fishery, during which landings may not exceed 6,000 pounds per trip. With increasing levels of participation in the fishery, Maine has been moving very, very quickly through both the state quota and the episodic event phases of the fishery. In 2021, the state quota fishery opened on June 14th and closed on June 23rd with only 6 days of fishing. This was despite the fact the department had amended the regulations for the 2021 season to decrease the landings limit from 160,000 pounds per week down to 23,800 pounds per week. The episodic event fishery opened on June 25th, and then that closed on July 2nd with only 2 days of fishing, despite the fact that the trip limit for that fishery was decreased from 160,000 pounds per week down to 14,000 pounds per week. Our state and episodic fisheries have turned into derbies, which causes us to land all of our quota at a time when it isn't most needed. Obviously, the main use of this fishery is bait for the lobster industry. We have no management tools remaining to further control these landings. And I have included a figure that shows you how the number of harvesters, trips, and pounds landed have increased between 2016 and 2021. Over the past year, the Menhaden Board at ASMFC has been working on draft addendum 1, which considers 3 things. The first is changes to the commercial allocation between states. The second is the episodic events program, including how big that set aside is. And the third thing is the incidental catch small scale fisheries provision. As I noted, Maine has been landing a lot of fish under the incidental catch small scale. In fact, many times the quota that we are actually allocated, and you can see that in figure 2. There are board members who are concerned about the volume of landings under this provision, particularly given that these landings are not counted toward the TAC. And therefore, it is likely that there will be modifications to this program going forward, and that could either be changes to permitted gear types or further trip limits, things like that. But fundamentally, Maine's goal at ASMFC is to increase our access to quota via the state allocation and the episodic events to reflect our recent landings, given the likelihood that the current small-scale fishery provisions may change. The department feels strongly that the fact that access to this fishery is not limited in any manner is negatively impacting our ability to achieve those goals at ASMFC. We propose this legislation in an effort to prevent the continued expansion of participation in this quota limited fishery. We proposed the landings threshold of 25,000 pounds because it seemed a fairly modest amount of landings for participating in a commercial fishery, and also because it resulted in approximately 255 license holders, which is roughly equivalent to the number of active license holders in the fishery last year. We really feel this is the maximum amount of effort this fishery can support. Last week, the department held an industry meeting to discuss the specifics of this legislation with industry members, and not surprisingly, there was significant concern expressed by and for those individuals who will be excluded by the proposed criteria. The department shares those concerns, but also recognizes the challenges inherent in an open access quota managed fishery. While this is an overused analogy, if you have a fixed pie and more people keep taking a slice, the pieces of the pie get smaller and smaller and smaller until there isn't enough for anyone. This has already negatively impacted Maine's bait infrastructure and will continue to do so. Many license holders recognize that entry needs to be limited in other fisheries in which they participate, lobster, scallops, urchins, elvers, but it is never more critical than in a quota-limited fishery with increasing participation. The department is open to other criteria that could be used to establish who is eligible for a commercial license, but asks that the committee understand that the more that is expanded, the less opportunity we can offer to each participant. Given that it's not really feasible to further shorten the season, our only other options are for further reductions in daily or weekly trip limits. If there are other scenarios that the industry or the committee would like us to analyze, we would be happy to bring that information back to the work session. And we thank you for your consideration and be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Director Gilbert. Do we have any questions from the committee? Representative Fockingham.
Thank you. Deirdre, I've seen it mentioned several times and you just said it again in your testimony. Maybe not all of it, but at least part of what the department is factoring is a financial aspect to this. And you said that when you talked about pieces of the pie getting smaller, and that the people that are fishing basically shouldn't have their pie cut any smaller. Help me understand why, as a management, as the department managing a resource, that a financial aspect has anything to do with managing a resource.
Thank you, Representative Fockingham, for the opportunity to speak to that. I was not trying to say that it has a financial impact to people. I was trying to say it has an actual impact to people to be able to either get the bait that they need, or be able to provide bait to their co-op, or to be able to sell bait. Because there is a fixed amount, it can only be spread so thin. I think we have seen already that individuals who used to make a career or a business out of fishing for bait, and that's a useful service to the lobster industry at times when they don't want to fish for bait themselves. Those folks can't they can't do that anymore. There's not enough available in a week to provide for that business model, which is fine, but it has a negative impact on lobstermen who need somebody to buy bait from. So it impacts the bait infrastructure for the state in a negative way to have the system set up that no individual can get enough bait to kind of provide it to anybody else. And I think unfortunately, that's the direction that we're heading in, because you've obviously got a fair amount of testimony from a lot more individuals who wouldn't qualify under this criteria and would like to be able to do that, which would suggest we're going to continue on this trajectory. And if anything changes with that small scale fishery, that means our quota, it will evaporate in less than a week going forward. And that's what the department is worried about, that it doesn't make a lot of sense. It doesn't serve the industry well. We need something to better manage what's going on in this fishery.
Can I have a follow-up?
Yes, please.
Okay, that still sounded financial to me, but regardless, the amount of quota that's getting caught is being used by the industry, whether it comes from 100 people or 1,000 people. But so switching to another question, you have what we refer to as two quotas, the big quota and the small quota. And you mentioned that in your testimony, and you referred to a derby style where it goes and gets caught up quick. The state is in charge of managing both of those fisheries as far as gear types and things of that nature, correct?
We have gear types in our regulations, but just to be clear, ASMFC could also limit gear types in different phases of the fishery.
Okay.
So we would have to comply with any limitations that they put on gear types.
So I guess my question is, if I'm pretty sure that the state is in charge of managing that fishery and managing that quota. So why has it ever been considered, or why don't you take that big quota that's a quickly caught derby type of fishery? Why don't you regulate that down to like a 17 barrel a day fishery like the other one is, so to stretch that quota out longer? What explain that reasoning to me.
Or I think we have, I mean, last season we moved in that direction. We went from a 160,000 pound weekly limit during the big quota down to about 20,000 pounds for the weekly limit. So that is the inevitable thing that we will have to do, is just keep cranking down on that daily or weekly limit with more participation. But we're trying to stay within that quota, and that's, again, not a very exact science with this level of participation. So again, with increasing participation, we'll just have to keep doing that further and further, and we'll probably have to take days out and do more things to ensure that we're not going over the quota, which then creates a problem in people's ability to get their bait when they need it, if we have to take weeks off at a time to make sure we're not going over.
Thanks.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, we'll go to testimony in support of the bill. Senator Mehrmont, do you want to take over, or do you want me to keep going?
Either way. And I'm glad to jump back in. You just tell me what you'd like to do.
Well, we've only heard from the department, so we're still taking testimony in support of the bill, 1908.
I'm just waiting to know who you would like me to bring in next.
Is Robert Began in the waiting room? And Caitlin Bernard and Jim Wooten.
Began, no. But Caitlin is.
Okay.
I'll bring her in.
Okay.
And who was next? I'm not sure which list you're working off of.
Okay, Jim Wooten.
Okay. Yes.
I see.
Did Mr. Gilly speak yet?
No.
No.
Oh, he's neither. Oh, good. Showing up nowadays. Good. So we're just there. Okay. I think I got it. And we're also trying to work out the committee caucus rooms. I've heard that we want to caucus in labor. We use breakout rooms. It's pretty seamless. Linda's trying to find out how they do it over in labor, so we can do it here. And we'll continue while she works on that. So back to the list. And did I hear you say Began wasn't there? So we're doing Caitlin Bernard next, please.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can. Welcome, Ms. Bernard, and thank you, Co-Chair, for taking that while I dealt with a little ice problem. So go ahead, Ms. Bernard. Tell us where you're from and what's up.
Thank you very much. Senator Mehrmont, Representative McCrate, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Marine Resources. My name is Caitlin Bernard, and I'm the Natural Resources Policy Advisor for the Nature Conservancy here in Maine. I appreciate this opportunity to testify in support of LD 1908, an act to limit eligibility for commercial menhaden fishing licenses. The Nature Conservancy, TNC, is a nonprofit conservation organization dedicated to conserving the lands and waters on which all life depends. Guided by science, we create innovative on-the-ground solutions to our world's toughest challenges so that nature and people can thrive together. Working in more than 70 countries, we use a collaborative approach that engages local communities, governments, the private sector, and other partners. TNC has been leading conservation in Maine for more than 60 years and manages approximately 275,000 acres of conserved lands across the state. We also work with communities to restore rivers and streams, rebuild groundfish populations in the Gulf of Maine, and develop innovative solutions to climate change. Menhaden have become an increasingly important bait resource for the Maine lobster fishery with the decline of Atlantic herring. Maine is currently allocated approximately 2.2 million pounds a year. From 2016 to 2021, landings have increased from approximately 6 million pounds in 2016 to a high of approximately 26.7 million pounds in 2020, and preliminary data indicates 21.7 million pounds were landed in 2021. Maine has been able to access the resource through the goodwill and collaboration of other states to transfer unused quota to Maine. Despite an increase in landings over the past 5 years, the average poundage harvested per trip has been steadily decreasing because of an increase in active menhaden harvesters. In 2016, there were 36 active menhaden harvesters, but in 2020, we reached a height of 368 active menhaden harvesters. In 2021, there were 351 active harvesters. The menhaden fishery is a quota managed fishery by the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission. The state of Maine menhaden fishery is an open access fishery with no restrictions on the number of people that can participate. There are clear challenges when a state allows open access to a fishery within a regional quota management system. Eventually, we reach a tipping point here in Maine where the fishery is no longer profitable for individuals and is detrimental to the resource. Maine's initial allocation of menhaden quota is currently harvested in 6 fishing days, and the decline in average poundage harvested per trip indicate that this has turned into a derby fishery, as you've heard, which is not good for the resource or for the harvesters. Maine needs to work proactively to manage their risk of overharvesting this resource, as the ASMFC works to develop an addendum to change menhaden allocations, episodic event fishery, and incidental small-scale catches. Improvements to management in Maine are needed to address some of these concerns. In 1908, LD 1908 sets appropriate limited access to the commercial menhaden fishery that will help the overall situation for the resource and prepare Maine to be best positioned, while ASMFC deliberates changes to the allocations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Bernard? I do not see any. Thanks very much for presenting your testimony. And then Mr. Watton.
Good afternoon. Now, I guess, can you hear me?
I can.
Good. I'll leave the video off because it's going to ruin my audio, and we'll be going back and forth about that for a while. My name's Jim Watton. I'm a commercial fisherman from Friendship. I'm in support of LD 1908 for many reasons, I guess, but not total support. I think the idea is right. We need to do something for the reasons pointed out by Deirdre. Like she said, the piece of pie is getting smaller and smaller every day. That might sound selfish and self-serving, but it's not. In 2018, I caught over 1 million pounds of poke. I'm going to call them pokies because that's what us fishermen call them. I caught over 1 million pounds. They went to 6, 7, 8 wharfs in Friendship and surrounding towns. The following year, due to reductions in the daily limit and management restrictions, the following year, I only caught 500,000 pounds, but the same number of fish was caught by more people. Every time the state puts a management restriction on, it doesn't affect the total number of fish caught. It just gets caught by different people. The problem is we're trying to fill a 100 million pound hole that herring left, but we're trying to do it with 24 million pounds of bogeys. Well, whatever those numbers are, they're probably not accurate. Those are just numbers to make my point. We've got a bait problem. It's not a pokey problem. It's not an access problem. It's a bait problem. And until we can get more quota, we're going to have that problem. Like Deirdre said, at the Atlantic States level, we need to show them that we're serious about managing this fishery and take the steps, the tough steps that need to be done to get us there. If we want to get more quota, that's what we need to do. You know, you have to ask yourself, what happens if you don't do this? I'll tell you what happens. In 4 or 5 years, we're going to be fishing either one day a season, or we're going to be able to go out and catch 1 barrel a day. That's what's going to happen. We need to, I don't have the answers, but we need to do something. Maybe this ain't the right thing to do, but we need to do something. That's my spiel, I guess. But if you do something, you need to plan for the future. This needs to have a sunset date or an entry system in place. We can't leave this open-ended like we have with other fisheries and deal with it down the road. If you decide to do this, come up with an entry system, some way to allow access in the future. Now let me just look at my notes. Yeah, that's pretty much what I've got.
Great.
I'd be
Thanks, Mr.
glad
Lund.
to answer any questions if you have any.
Let's take a look. I don't see any hands, but thank you very much for testifying again. All right, we'll see you later. Okay. So that was, well, unless Mr. Began has arrived. Do not see him. Gonna check him off. Mr. Let's see. We're going into the against now, starting with Chad Benner, Duncan Haas, Jacob Knowles. That'll be the first 3.
I'll bring them right in.
Thank you. Representative Fockingham, you're not muted in case you don't want to be surprised.
Could you hear my kids out there in the background?
No, that would have been nice. I didn't even know what it was. I just, every once in a while.
Down there.
Oh, cool. I moved my cursor and it shows me who isn't muted, and I just thought you'd want to know.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear somebody. Are you Chad Benner?
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Let me see. Chad Benner, there you are. Good.
Yes,
You have
good
any
morning.
Video or not?
I'm on my laptop. I'm not really sure if it does or not. My wife's.
That's okay. Just checking. Thank you.
I'm not very good with this Zoom. It's only the second time I've ever done it.
Good. Well, glad you're here. Tell us where you're
Good
from.
morning,
and-
guys. I'm Chad Benner. I'm from Cushing, Maine. I'm 37 years old. I first participated in this fishery back in 1989 when I was 5 with my family. And if this was passed through, this would possibly make it so I would never be able to get a license. With pogeing, it takes a crew to do it and a lot of money and patience. It's not the easiest thing ever. And I've been the last few years, we've rigged up my father's boat to go, and a lot of them landings have been showed in his name. I've been participating aboard his boat the whole time. And now the way they're trying to write it, if I haven't caught 25,000 pounds, I can't rig my boat up next year. And 90% of the guys that are pogeing are the lobstermen also. There's only a few guys that just go pogeing. And the way that this is going to do is only going to benefit a few guys that really sell a lot of bait. And it's going to tell somebody that doesn't have. I mean, it takes a lot of money, and I mean it's not easy. So I don't think it's overfished at all. It's a matter of who catches them. I mean, these pogies come into the coves, and it's a matter of who gets there to catch up that school of fish. I mean, and when they're dried up in the end of the fall, they're all done and everybody's done. Something needs to be done, but this isn't the answer at all. And the reason, if they were going to cut licenses, they should have done this 3 years ago. before the herring crisis, before everybody knew there was going to be a bait crisis, because then that's when everybody bought a pogie license, thinking that if there was going to be a bait crisis, they better go pogie in to subside not having a bait shortage. That's what done it. And I don't think a lot of these guys that hold the licenses are even fishing. And I guess that's pretty much what I got to say.
Thanks, Mr. Benner. Any questions from the committee? I see none. So thanks for joining us today.
Yes, thank you.
And let's see. I don't see Mr. Haas back, but I see.
Mr. Haas is here.
He is
right
here.
He's in Zoom world.
There you are. Great. Go ahead. Thank you.
Representatives and senators, I really hope you guys consider this bill strongly when you guys are talking about it. It'll affect the state of Maine majorly, but I'm very strongly opposed against this bill. Maine fishermen already have an extremely hard time finding bait for peak seasons of the year, or peak season months of the year. When everything's in full swing. The main issue, the reason there's this limited entry bill in the first place, comes from the quota from the ASMFC, and how the state of Maine only has 0.5% of that total quota. Second, there was no public announcement last year for a controlled date and when this quantity would have to be landed until last Tuesday in the Maine statewide pogie meeting online. So the public mostly didn't know about it till last week. Third, I and a lot of other fishermen up and down the coast have invested a lot of money in equipment for this coming year and years to come. And most Maine fishermen really only can rely on, most Maine fishermen really only can rely on lobsters for their sole income. Being able to catch their own bait and sell it to others around them will be very, very, very beneficial. Now, the ASMFC quota, there's only 5% for Maine, where Virginia has 78% of the total quota. A lot of pogies that are caught down there are small juvenile pogies, where the ones up here are large, healthy adults. The ones down in Virginia have to be caught, frozen, shipped up here, bought at a premium because of the handling and being frozen and being shipped up here. And fresh bait works a lot better than frozen bait. I'm sure if we had a larger percent of the total quota that was allocated to Maine, this bill wouldn't even exist right now in this moment. And there'd be no issue with how many licenses would be bought and used for the years to come. Which brings me to my second point. I was on the Maine statewide pogie meeting last Tuesday, and again, I was not expecting this limited entry bill at all. From how many people spoke up against this last Tuesday, I don't think a lot of the public knew either. What this year, 2020, it was announced that 2021 was the last year where you had to catch and land a minimum of 25,000 pounds in order to keep your license. And if this bill passes and comes into effect, which I understand, if it does, it's the small piece, or the pie is only so big, smaller slices and all that. If this bill does come into effect, and had I known, and had a lot of other people known, I can promise you that I would have caught the 25,000 pound minimum had I known, but I did not know. I've invested a considerable amount of money in being able to seine this year, and if this bill passes, all my equipment that I have will be practically useless because there won't be any demand for it, because no one that doesn't already have their own equipment will be able to use it. So there won't be any demand for it at all, which sucks because I invested a lot of money already, thinking that I'll be able to go this year and years to come, not knowing that there was a limit on it, a limited entry bill coming into effect. There's such a bait crunch on bait already that this would just add to the stress and difficulty for every fisherman earning a living. I personally spend a large sum of money. I personally spend a large sum of money on bait each year. The quota for herring gets less and less every year. And luckily, pogies have been around the last 3 or 4 years, and there has been a large amount of strain on fishermen. It's still hard to get bait, but you can get bait. Without pogies, it would put a dire strain on the bait supply. There has been an abundance of pogies, at least in the down east waters, or where I'm from, more than enough to satisfy the state fishermen if everything was able to legally get caught. And when I mean abundance, I mean abundance. There's a lot of pogies, large, healthy pogies in our waters. If you close this fishery 5, 10, 15 years from now, there's going to be a lot less local pogies around to ease the strain on bait. And then companies from out of state like New Jersey, Virginia, or Canada, or wherever, will be able to charge even more for the bait that they catch and sell back to us. Also, in closing this fishery, it'll take away generations of kids that are 10, 15, not even born yet. They're not giving them a chance to have their license and catch their own bait. And have another income besides just lobstering. My brother just had a baby boy a few weeks ago, and me and my brother have both worked on the water all our life, and we love it. And he may never get a chance to do that if this bill passes. Lastly, I strongly oppose this bill. There's no public announcement again until last Tuesday for the qualifying time 2021 and the 25,000-pound limit in order to keep your license or gain a license. If Maine had more than 0.5% of the total quota, again, I don't think this bill would exist, and it would take a lot of, and we'd be able to catch a lot more bait than we can right now, which is the main issue of the bill. And I'm going to say that's about all I want to say, guys. Other than that, I'll take questions if anyone has questions for me. Other than that, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Haas. The committee does not have any questions, so thank you for being here again.
Thank you.
Okay. Jacob Knowles.
Can you guys hear me?
I can.
Okay. So thank you guys for having me first. My name is Jacob Knowles. I'm from Gouldsboro, Maine. I do have some questions that I would like to be answered. I'm going to read my testimony first, and then I'll ask the questions at the end. And I don't know who the best person to answer them, but I would like for somebody to answer them.
We'll see about that. You can present
Okay.
your testimony, and we'll figure out what to do from
Okay.
there. We don't usually allow testifiers to ask questions.
Okay, well, I'll ask them, and if they can get answered, that's fine. If not, no big deal. But anyway, some of this will be reiteration, but as most are aware, since the reduction in herring quota, pogies have become a popular alternative. This bill would accelerate the bait crisis dramatically. I believe this would inevitably destroy the future of the pogie fishery as well. We have seen this in countless fisheries. After an entry system is removed, establishing a new sustainable entry system down the road has been a lost cause. By doing this, we are giving the keys of the future of these fisheries to the government and trusting they will take care of our children and the fisheries. I would think it would be common sense that the only thing keeping an industry alive is the ability for future generations to enter. It's also not a fair argument to say the guys in Western Maine that have been doing this forever have money invested and should be able to continue making money like they always have. This argument is based on greed and greed alone. Again, is anyone that is in support of this bill thinking about the kids who have not had the chance to put up that investment? What about people like myself in Eastern Maine who have put up that investment or are preparing for the 22 season just to have the door slammed in our faces? Investment aside, what about all the people in Down East Maine who are just seeing pogies for the first time? At minimum, there should be separate requirements for Eastern Maine and Western Maine, but I still say that that's very much a reach. I'm sure most of you are aware, but pogies have never migrated into Eastern Maine until the past 2 or 3 years. So the people here have never had a fair chance to catch the fish to meet the requirements. Now the state wants to tell us that we can't catch pogies in our home harbors because someone caught them in Western Maine before they were in Eastern Maine, and they shouldn't have to share the quota. The only argument in favor of this bill that I've heard that makes any sense at all is the state feels we're being handcuffed by ASMFC on quota because we are open access. It makes no sense to me why ASMFC should care, nor is it their business how many fishermen the quota is divided by. I don't believe Maine should be willing to sacrifice its own fishermen on the hunch that ASMFC might give us more quota. I feel we need to take the quota we can get while doing it morally and fairly and divide it across all the fishermen that want to fish. Regarding the recreational license, it's still going to be available. I do not think that 3 barrels a day is practical for the fishermen or for the fish. Our options would basically either be to buy pogies from Western Maine for an astronomical price, or on top of lobster fishing full time, we can spend 4 to 5+ hours a day, 7 days a week, hoping we can get enough bait to bait our traps, all because someone in Eastern Maine caught the fish before we even knew what they were. I also don't understand the reason for the rec license. Why not eliminate the rec license, combine all the quotas in a pool, divide all the quotas across all the licenses, and let economics find the balance point of how many licenses the industry can handle. We have already begun to witness the natural balance point being found by seeing the decline in active fishermen from 2020 to 2021. This is clear evidence that by reducing the quota, some fishermen decided economically it was no longer worth it and left the fish free. This is a clear example of economics finding a balance in an industry. Since when is it the government's job to decide how many licenses an industry can handle? If this results in more licenses and less quota per license, so be it. Who is the government to say who is worthy of quota? Eventually, yes, more and more people will enter the fishery, especially from the east. When they do, the quota will get stretched thinner and thinner. How thin will it get stretched before people decide it's no longer worth it? Who knows? But if in the end, 400 people decide it's worth going, isn't that better than the state giving a one-time monopoly to 50 fishermen? I don't see how this is any different than a group of people deciding they don't like the amount of traffic on the roads and there are too many people getting licenses. They decide to present a bill to the state that says if you haven't driven 10,000 miles in 1 year between 2016 and 2020, you can't have a driver's license. We don't care if you weren't old enough. We don't care if you didn't even have roads. I hope when you place your vote today, you don't place it out of short-term greed. Rather, you place it with our children's futures in mind and the fisheries future in mind. None of us are as important as the future. That wraps up my testimony. My questions real quick. My first one is for regarding the Nature Conservatory or anyone that supports their testimony. It's actually 3 parts. First, regarding the comment, there are clear challenges when a state allows open access to a fishery with a regional quota management system. I would like that to be clarified because I do not.
Senator, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. When did I get muted?
Right after you started asking questions. There's not a format for that. We're not going to stop and answer your questions. You can listen to how things go as we continue with testimony against, and then next week we'll have a work session where we'll discuss all the issues that were raised, and maybe your questions will be answered.
If you don't mind, when is the time for public to ask questions?
There's only time for the public to give testimony, not to ask questions. The committee asks questions. So.
Okay. Could I add my questions to my testimony, even if they don't get answered? I asked plenty of questions in my testimony. I don't see why I can't add my other questions.
No, go ahead and do that and submit it online, and we'll have it all. Now, everybody reads the testimony, even if they're not here the whole time. So,
okay.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee?
So I can't add my questions to the testimony here?
No. And I see no questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just had a quick question.
Representative Buckingham.
I
has a question for you, Mr. Knowles.
Thanks for being. here today, Jacob. I was just wondering, were the questions you had, did they apply to your testimony? Was there,
Yeah, no, they're a part of my testimony.
contradiction you heard?
And I don't understand why they can't be included in my testimony.
I mean, you're more than welcome to go ahead and make a point if you like. I mean,
Okay.
the senator said, I mean, nobody's going to answer your questions, but if you'd just like to make
That's fine. That's all I'm asking. I don't need anybody to answer them. I'm not looking for anybody to ask for an answer, but I think
Okay, I'll
that
let
they're
I'll let
important
that
enough
go.
to be included in
Representative
my testimony.
Foggingham, this is where you get to ask a question. And
Yeah, I would just, I guess my question for you, Jacob, would just be, what is the point you're trying to make? If you could just briefly, summarize it.
Okay, I guess my main point was, why is the Nature Conservatory concerned with the economics of the pogie fishery? And what industries aren't quota-based? Granted, the quotas are not called quotas in all industries, but for the sake of analogy, they serve the same purpose. Hotels only have so many people, gas stations only have so many cars, and fishermen only have so many fish. Governments do not dictate who can and who cannot build gas stations, hotels, or tourist shops. Why do they try to dictate who can catch the fish? That's all. Thank you for your time.
All right, thanks.
okay. I don't see any other questions. Thank you for being here, Mr. Knowles. Next is Virginia Olson, and let me just clarify that someone wants to testify that didn't get on. We have been allowing that, so we'll do that. I've lost the name. Hold on, let me go back a little bit.
Mr. Delano.
Yeah, maybe him too, but Blackwell or Blackler maybe? Was there a Blackler somewhere here?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes, and he is an attendee right now. And just so you know, while we're talking about it, Joshua Wallace and Virginia Olson have left the attendees, so they're not present. But I have brought in Philip Torrey and Hannah Whalen. I can also bring in Mr. Blackley, and if there is someone else.
okay, so I also see Earl Small on the list. Didn't hear you mention him.
I'm sorry, I did not see him in the waiting room either. I will look for him again, but I don't believe he was there as well.
All right, let me know. I'm going to check him off as if he had been here. So we will let
He is not.
Mr. Torrey and Hannah Whalen, and then Mr. Blackler and Mr. Delano. That'll be the order. So, Mr. Torrey, go ahead.
Hey there, can you guys all hear me?
You can only speak for me, but yes.
All right. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for giving us the time to speak, and I do respect everything you try to do. I just want to touch on some things that, maybe everybody doesn't understand, and that is the part about the pogies, have been in Western Maine all these years. I'm a 6th generation fisherman right here in Winter Harbor, and I fish in the same harbor as Billy. And I know the kids that have spoke. And, when I was a little kid one time, pogies came in, and it was a huge deal. Our dads took us out to see him and everything. And that was 35 years ago, but they haven't been here. And when you come up with something on a short notice that says, 5 years, you have to show 5 years. Obviously, these young guys that, even in fishing, Duncan, who spoke, and Jacob is one of my best friend's sons. These guys, they knew they were going to be fishermen from a young age. But even getting out of high school, they're allowed 300 traps. So they fish those, and they go with their dads, and they work up to where they can be. And they work their asses off to get, ahead. And then we've dealt with so many things with rope and things that it's not feasible to think that at some point they might have said, you know what, I should take a boat and get a pogie seine and cruise my boat 5 hours down to the western and try to catch some pogies for bait. It just wouldn't be feasible with trying to be, fishing and lobstering and stuff. And as you heard one of the guys say, the guy that said he caught 1 million pounds of pogies, he said himself that most of those were sold to like 5 or 6 wharfs around his area, which is way down to the western, down towards Hartsville or something. I can't remember what he said. But so what happened with us is all of a sudden the pogies showed up about 3 years ago. And we looked at it like a godsend, because with all that was going on with the herring quota and all the struggles we were having with bait, it was like, wow, some pogies. And you had a few guys start buying the seines and trying to catch them. And, they were basically catching their own bait. And then when they got better at it, they'd be selling some to us. But we never got to see, like here in Winter Harbor and all the way towards probably Cutler, we never got to see those 1 million pounds of pogies that those guys were landing down this way. Yes, they were going into the fishery, but they were going to Western Maine. So now you have this situation where you have these young guys that have bought the seines and got the crews and invested all this money in the last couple of years to try to catch these things. And then bang, this thing pops up where you need to show landings from 5 years ago, which obviously none of us, nobody around here would have had that unless they were just a pogie fisherman that was traveling to Western Maine to get them. So that really was like a shock, a shock to a lot of us. And I hate to see these kids that work so hard and have invested big money now in the last couple of years to better themselves, because pogies bailed us out in the last few years. There's times we haven't had herring. If it hadn't been for pogies, we'd have really been hurting, in a big way. We'd had days we couldn't have hauled, but we were managing to get pogies. But even then, from the guys in the West that have these licenses, theirs were all getting sold from Portland to, I don't know, up, all in that area. So every now and then we might get a small truckload to get us by a day. So this excitement with pogies finally, after all these, years showing up here, we finally felt like, okay, there's a little bit of a positive here. Even if the guys are only catching enough to supplement their own fishing, that's huge. If they can go out and get enough that they might be able to fish for a couple of days where they couldn't have before, they're feeding their families, they're paying their payments, and they're going on. And, we love the idea of them doing well. Some of the kids that have started and were doing well, we're buying them, they'd get enough for themselves and we'd buy whatever they had left over. And, that's kind of how these things work, where all of a sudden you just blink your eye, you feel like there's been this positive, and now you're like, wow, done. So if this passes the way that it is, yeah, they can say these pogies are going to go in, they're helping the fishery or whatever. Well, they're helping a certain area of the fishery. This bill is basically saying, okay, you guys keep catching them, and you lobster fishermen from Western Maine are going to be doing good, but all of us down here are going to be screwed, because if they do get enough and they fill the people down there that want them, we're going to be after paying ungodly high prices to get what's left over to get up here. And I don't know the answers. All I've ever done is fish. It's all a lot of us have ever done. Our families, my family, Billy's family, all of us. And we've seen so much in the years past that happens along these lines. Guys used to do whatever there was money in. When I was young, you'd scallop, shrimp, ground fish.
Bring it back to this one. We got
and then
kind of pushing along here.
You didn't do a certain thing maybe, and then all of a sudden, bang, if you didn't do it in that period they give you, you're done. And I think that's the biggest thing I'd like you guys to all really think about, is you're going to be affecting a huge part of the coast. And from Stonington to Cutler, we're catching the majority of the lobsters the state is catching. We're catching the big lump, some of them right here. And we're going to need the bait. So by passing this, it's almost like you're saying, well, okay, let the guys down to the western have the pogies and have the bait, and the guys down to the eastern, just, good luck to you. But that's all I'd like to say. Please think of that. Thank you for your time.
Will do, Mr. Torrey. Thank you very much. Representative Hepler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Torrey, for the testimony. So in trying to think, is one solution, and I think somebody mentioned this, and I don't even know if it's feasible, to have 2 different seasons, Eastern areas and western areas for catching fish. I have no idea if that would work, but I was just thought of it and listening to you.
If that question's for me, I'm not sure, but that's the type of thing that we're worried about. You know what I mean? Like these kids have invested, like some of them, $20,000, maybe more, and that's a huge investment for them, thinking they had to do it in order to sustain their fishing and be able to keep fishing. And for now to say, well, you didn't do it 5 years ago, I guess they have to sell that stuff or get rid of it, and that's just, it doesn't seem right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't have any other questions. Thanks for being here, Mr. Torrey.
Thank you.
Okay, I did say that it would be Hannah Whalen, Mr. Blackler, but Mr. Delano has an appointment, has to leave in like 5 minutes. If nobody objects, I'll let him go. If you object, we'll go in this order. You're muted, Mr. Blackler.
I've been here since 9 o'clock also, and I'm in a rush also, so I'll be quick.
All right. Ms. Whalen, do you mind if we change the order a little?
No, I don't mind.
Okay, Mr. Blackler, I'm going to keep you to 3 minutes though. Go
Okay,
for it.
thank you. I appreciate it. Good afternoon, everybody. As I said, I'm Greg Blackler from Waldoboro. I won't be affected with this. My father won't be affected with this. We'll be all set with our licenses. If it does go through, however, I am opposed to it because, as all these other people have said, the Down East guys are just not getting a fair handshake at this. They've seen pogies down there for the first time in the last couple of years, and they just don't have the landings history. It's just completely unfair. They need a specific timeline to be able to at least have a fair chance at it. And people are saying the pie's only so big. What's it matter if there's 100 boats that catch it or 10? It's all getting used for lobster bait. So why should I be forced to buy it from one guy or those 10 guys when we all have invested the same amount of money? And it's frustrating. I know something needs to be done, as we all do. It's just something. This isn't it. Let's see. As Jimmy Watton alluded to, he said there needs to be an entry system. So I'm in favor of that. And therefore this bill needs to be killed. It needs to be reworked. And lastly, let's all be honest. You're going to get more quota from the ASFMC. I believe that, anyways. I might be wrong. I think it's inevitable with the warming trends, with the water. If you look into the pogies, the spawning grounds are going to move north with the warming trends. There's going to be more fish up here. We're going to get more quota. It's inevitable. So that means these other guys from Western Maine are going to get more quota. I mean, it's just not fair. And that's who's pushing it, obviously. So we just, and also one last thing I want to say is, to maybe what we could do is limit the initial big quota that you guys were talking about, because when that gets caught up, it gets caught in June when there's no shedders around. Very few shedders are around. Therefore, the bait gets put into coolers. They don't even get to use it for fresh bait. A lot of guys like to use it for fresh bait. It gets frozen or it gets salted. I mean, it's crazy. Split it up. It'll go longer. That way it's more fair for everybody on the coast. Come up with a different way. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Good points. Thanks for waiting around to let us know that, Mr. Blackler. I don't see any questions from the committee, and we appreciate your patience today. Sorry for the mix-up. Okay, Mr. Delano, you still there? You have time?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Senator. Thanks for those that let me squeeze in. I just wanted to mention a couple things real quick. I was, for the most part, in favor of the bill, but I think the only way to be in favor of it for me is to modify the 25,000 pound requirement. I think that should be significantly lowered. And I also think the control date should start with 2022. The people that have invested for this upcoming year should have a fair shake at that. And there's a lot of other little agreements and disagreements between everybody, but I think that that's the gist of some things that would be quite helpful with making this work. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for jumping in with that. I know you're very involved, and I do not see any questions from the committee. So have a good day.
You too. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay. Ms. Whalen, thanks for your patience.
Yeah, of course. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. I did say good morning, but good afternoon, Chairman Marymount, Chairwoman McCray, and distinguished members of the Marine Resources Committee. My name is Hannah Whalen. I'm 21 years old, and I'm a third-generation commercial lobster fisherman out of South Gouldsboro, and I'm also a substance use counselor in Ellsworth. My roots run deep with the lobster fishing community, and I care very deeply about the things that happen to this industry, and that's why I've chosen today to oppose this bill. I believe that all lobster men and women deserve the right to fish from Menhaden if they choose to do so. This bill divides fishermen into a special class, all because they took a chance on a fish that had been in their area and where it hadn't been in the Eastern Maine until a few years ago. There's already a bait shortage, as well as the price being much higher than in previous years. This bill will just make that even worse, in my opinion. Fishermen will not be able to go catch their own bait or catch bait to sell it to other fishermen. Having that ability is not only a way to help the bait shortage, but also put money back into the industry. I can see where people think it's their right to keep the quota to themselves because they're the ones that put the investment in it. But how does that work for a younger generation that hasn't gotten into the industry yet, or those that just spent a huge sum of money on gear and now won't be able to use it? I think turning the Menhaden industry into a monopoly for those who have already fished it is dangerous and outright insane. When these fishermen are done, who will be there to ensure the industry is still going if no one is able to get a license? I'm all about fairness to those that put their investment in and want to keep the quota to themselves. I mean, it's understandable to make more money that way. But I wonder about those that just put the money into their gear and now won't be able to use it, or the younger generation, such as myself or my brother, that won't get that same chance to put that same investment into it. Committee, I ask you, is this fair? I hope you agree with me and say that it's not. And that's all I have.
Oh, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Great to have some of our younger folks weighing in. We appreciate that. And committee, I don't see any questions, so it was very clear as well. So appreciate you being here today. Okay. We have Mr. Gilly, who he signed up as neither for nor against, but is actually speaking against. And go ahead.
I clicked the wrong box when I signed up. I apologize. Again, hello. My name's Matthew Gilly. I'm Harbor. I'm here today to testify against this bill. As some people before me have brought up, I like the idea of it in terms of getting us more quota, and I understand where the state is coming from, but I just think there needs to be some things reworked in it. When you have 90% of the people, I would say, that are catching pogies are also lobstermen, and you have the average age of a lobsterman, and last I knew it was around 58. What happens in 10 years when these guys aren't fishing anymore? Do we have nobody that's able to go catch us bait because we've frozen the ability for new people to get into the pogie fishing industry? I think something closer along the lines of a limited entry system like they have in lobstering would be better. And the other issue I have with this bill was I know myself personally, I have a license and a friend of mine has a license, and he was the better fisherman. I'll admit that. I would go with him a lot of the time. We would catch the fish, and when his boat broke down, we'd take mine. So I am right on the cusp of filling that 25,000 pounds in a year because we only use my boat when his wasn't working or there was a gear issue or something like that. But that gave us the ability to always go out and get bait. I think if they made it cumulative over that 6-year time frame, that would be a better way to look at it. Or if they allowed the crew that was fishing with that person to also factor in the poundage caught by that boat towards their 25,000, or it just lowered the 25,000 number completely. I like said previously, there's a lot of guys that have spent a lot of money and rigged up for this fishery, and if the fish aren't there, they're not going to go. So, I mean, I don't think we need to be regulated out of fishing. I think the fish will dictate that on their own. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gilly. I do not see any questions from the committee. Thanks for being here again. So I have Jean Fuller, who may be here and want to testify. Oh, I see we didn't lose her. Great, just coming in. And that will wrap up our folks speaking in any way.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to testify. I actually didn't get in time on the support side. And I am in support.
Tell us who you are and where you're from.
I'm from Booth Bay, and I did submit testimony in the form of a letter. I own a bait company in Booth Bay Harbor, so I'm on a little bit of a different side of it. And I'm in support of it because I do think the licenses need to be limited. Unfortunately, I think it should have happened 3 years ago when this all started to get a little bit out of control, but that's water under the bridge. And I think that anybody who's had a permit and has showed landings should still be able to get a permit. I know it's 25,000 pounds minimum, but I think that number is a kind of a tough one for some people. It being slightly under. I think if you made the effort, got your permit, and showed landings of any kind in any of those years, you should be allowed to get another license. One of the reasons I think that is because when we first started buying pogies in 2017, there were very few permits, and we basically bought from one person, and we bought large amounts. It worked out fine. The next year, pretty much the same thing. And then the third year in 2019, everybody started getting in on it. Lobstermen wanted to catch their own pogies. The first couple of years was basically bait fishermen. And I understand their need and their want to do that. But it did change up things, as Deidre said, for us and for the lobstermen. It's gotten to the point now that there really are no plain old bait pogie fishermen, or very few, I should say. Some of them have gone out of state. We do buy pogies from out of state because we can't get enough to buy in Maine anymore, because there are a lot of people fishing. I think a couple of let me say that we do buy pogies from quite a number of pogie fishermen, and they are lobstermen. They go when they're not hauling for lobsters. And sometimes they stop going because, as it was the case last year, the price of lobsters was so high. They would say, well, I can't go today because I can't afford to, because the price of lobsters is so high. That's why we had to buy pogies out of state, because we couldn't get enough locally. So I think the 25,000 pound limit would cut out some people. I'd like to keep buying from as many lobster fishermen as I can. And I don't want them to get cut out, but I do feel if you've made the effort, you've had the landings, they should be able to get that permit. And I just don't know if I had any other. We are kind of dependent on the lobstermen now for the pogies, where we weren't before. And I guess that's changed my opinion a little bit, because I am dependent on them to get enough pogies in, along with the out-of-state ones. And I thank you for the Marine Resources Committee for letting me speak.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Fuller. We do have a question for you from Representative Hutchins.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Fuller. If historically pogies have moved around considerable amount in Western Maine, if the majority of pogies end up moving to Eastern Maine and all of the licenses are in Western Maine, what will that bring for problems?
Well, we probably won't be getting many pogies from Eastern Maine, because we would have to send a truck to get them. And nobody's going to, it's unlikely that one pogie fisherman, well, they're doing 17 barrels, so it's unlikely we'd be able to send a truck to get them. We'd be trying really hard to get all our pogies from out of state. And it's kind of a sad thing to look at it that way. And I feel as a bait company, we're where people come in October and November when they can't fish for them anymore. And if we don't have that supply, it's a problem. Did I answer your question? Okay.
I guess so. Representative Buckingham.
Thank you. So you said that you had to go out of state to buy pogies. I'm just, there's been more quota and more pogies caught in Maine every year. How does that cause more of a problem? It seems like that would be a good thing for you, not more of a problem. How does that work?
Well, because more lobstermen are catching their own pogies, they are either keeping them or selling them to a dealer closer to them, or because they could, they're all over the state, or they're selling to somebody, they can sell to, they can have one other landing, so they could be selling to family. So we don't get those. It's being split up into smaller amounts, and it is spread out more over the state. Also, more than a couple of the actual bait fishermen went out of state because they could catch bigger amounts. They were able to get licenses that allowed them to catch more. And we, coming over the dock here in Boothbay Harbor, we were taking in as much as we could, but it's not like it was in the beginning when we were getting a couple of truckloads 3 times a week over the dock. That doesn't happen anymore. And without that, I can't fill up my cooler.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Ms. Fuller. I don't see anyone else, so
You're welcome. Thank you.
thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. That does it for testimony. Nobody else is asked to speak, have they, Linda?
No, I think Ms. Fuller was the last.
Yeah, me too. Okay, so that closes the public hearing on LD 1908, an act to limit eligibility for commercial menhaden fishing licenses. Expect a work session probably next week. Okay, that concludes the public hearing part of our day. We still have 2 work sessions to go into. There's been a request for a caucus. And we've been working on being able to use breakout rooms as we do in labor, but it turns out labor is the only one that uses a different format of a meeting so that we could use breakout rooms. So either Representative McCrate or myself has to initiate a room to caucus in. And while we work on that, you probably, if my experience in another committee is correct, we'll have to leave this Zoom meeting to be able to do the other. So we will, Republicans can do whatever you need to, but was it Representative Bloom? Yeah, Representative Bloom, how long do you estimate needing for what you would like to discuss?
Not long, not long at
10
all.
minutes?
Yeah, it's 15 minutes, fine. But don't people want to go get something to eat and something like that too?
Well, everybody who's not caucusing can, sure. No.
I'm gonna eat in front of your face, yeah.
Okay, so we'll come back at 1:45.
All right.
We may or may not have a caucus because we've yet to figure out a number to make one, but we'll get you something as soon as we can, Democrats.
All right. Thanks.
Okay, bye.
Good bill.
Hey, Sherm. Your buddy says hi. He misses you.
There, I'm glad he's here.
Yeah.
He'll
doesn't-
maybe he'll recognize my voice.
There you go. Oh, no, he looked at the door. He looked at the door. He said, where is he?
Where is he? Yeah.
Where's Sharon?
George.
George, where'd he go?
Oh, I wish I was there to scratch his ears. He needs it.
He said, I know he's here somewhere in this house.
Gotta be, I can hear him. That's rich.
He's not here, George. We're kidding you.
I'll mute myself.
Yep, me too.
Don't tell your wife you have the ability to mute yourself, Sherm.
I'll try not to do that.
Word has it you're going to be on the main outdoors this Sunday. Is that true?
I'm understanding that my grandson and I may be there as guests. Yes.
I'll have to make sure I listen in.
Yeah, I bet you will. Yeah.
And that defense fund already exists, right?
Hello, Marine Resources. Can anybody hear me? Hey, good. Amazing. Like flying an airplane. All right, welcome back to the Marine Resources public hearing portion of our day. I'm sorry, work session part of our day. So We've already done most of the stuff today. Be patient. Glitches do happen. If we ask you to come in for some reason, if we need some assistance and you're an interested party, we may ask you in, but there's no expectation that we will. And we'll run the meeting the same way we all have. We've already introduced ourselves. And so I'll open the work session on LD 1742, an act to ensure compliance with the Interstate Fishery Management Plan for American Lobster. It's a department bill that I presented last week. Lynn, can you give us a rundown, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this bill is fairly brief. It's just three provisions in current statute. It changes a fraction when it comes to the size of lobster from 8/32 to 1/4. So it is not a change. It's not actually a change in size. It's just a update of the fraction. The second section allows the department, and this is the second two sections are the most significant changes. It allows the department to use the rulemaking process to update the minimum and maximum lobster size and the corresponding sizes to vents in the lobster trap when it's necessary to make those changes to continue to be in compliance with plans of the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission. And so it identifies or labels the rules as routine technical rules. It allows the department to remain in compliance with the limits and the changes made on the commission side without having to go through the legislative process. And specifically with respect to the lobster minimum, maximum, and the corresponding vent sizes. There was testimony in support, and then there was a few individuals that testified against. The Market Lobstering Union and the Maine Lobstermen's Association was neither for nor against. There seems to have been some concerns with the timing about this and some proposed changes that are going on the commission level. And there seemed to be some concerns that the rulemaking process would be used instead of the usual legislative process. As far as, and it's a little bit unusual for a department to be able to make amendments for specific limits in statute. It's not usual, but it is the legislative, this committee's within your authority to grant that. So you're delegating that authority to the department. So it's not unusual. And there are some safeguards to doing that kind of delegation. The ultimate safeguard, and there was some testimony about this earlier, the ultimate safeguard is if the department decided to go rogue, the legislature always has the authority to enact a law to repeal any rulemaking authority. So you can always come in if you believe a department through its rulemaking has exceeded what you would consider reasonable authority. I did try and find out if there were any set time frame limits in the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission. I did a little bit of research. There's a lot of documents, so I was unable to find it. That may be more just for my, sometimes I find questions in these bills that others may not find interesting. So I do not know if the Atlantic State Marine Fisheries Commission has specific timelines, but as was testified to during the public hearing, if a state does not make the necessary changes, they could be found out of compliance. So there is some penalty if you do not, if the state does not comply. I had one technical issue that I wanted to raise for the committee. If you move forward with this bill, and it's in my bill analysis, the phrase that's used in two sections is that the department has the ability to amend by rule. Technically, the department can't amend a statute through rulemaking. So what I would suggest is you're giving the department the authority to set different standards through rulemaking. Again, it's a technical drafting issue, but I wanted to raise it so that if you move forward, you won't be surprised if the word amend is giving the department the authority to set a different standard. And that's really all I have as far as analysis for this bill.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, did you want to respond to just the question raised in the analysis before we start discussing this?
Lynn brought up a couple of different things. In her research, she was looking for a date by which the commission would react. Each individual fisheries management plan is voted on by a specific species board. And when the species board enacts an addendum or an amendment, at one of the last things that they do prior to final enactment is set a date by which the fisheries management plan would become not in law, but it would become effective. It's the effective date. So that's why Lynn couldn't find any specific date. When the resiliency addendum goes forward, depending on what the outcome is, not trying to prejudge the outcome here, because it could include something that does not include a gauge or event change at the very beginning. So the enactment date would be such that we would have to then have everything in rule or statute prior to enactment. And if we didn't, then we would be found out of compliance. And being found out of compliance has serious ramifications. And then I think, I'm trying to think of the second point, Lynn, that you brought up was the technical nature of amending, which I completely agree with. We would not be amending. I don't think any of you want to give any commissioner the authority to amend a law. So it would be just changing it to ensure compliance.
Okay, ensure compliance. We've got that language, and this is something we need, or we can't sell the species of fish that we're talking about. The only other question I remember was, did it seem to be that we were only focusing on lobster when there could be other fisheries that get targeted by ASNFC because they are becoming depleted and something needs to change quickly? Anything that comes from ASMFC needs to be reacted to quicker than maybe a cycle of waiting for the legislature to go in, to work on it, to go through all this. Like several of my bills are 7 years later still waiting for appropriations. So we can't do that, because then we won't be able to sell the product that's being fished. And do we want to add any affected fishery? We want to just go through, because this is the only affected fishery. That's the only other question I think that needs to be answered, and then we can move to pass this bill and move on. Representative Fockingham.
I'm just getting the sense, like there's a real sense of urgency. How long, when these rules go into effect, Pat, how long from the final vote on them is the implementation set out?
Thanks, Representative Fockingham, for that question. I think it's different among species and depending on what the fisheries management plan is trying to accomplish. I have seen votes at a fall meeting of the commission where implementation date is on January 1st for the following fishing year. So it could be that it is done, a vote could be taken in August or in the fall. And part of it would be the following fishing year. It could be triggers that are in the out years. So it's hard to answer that question because you just don't know how the board is going to react to the need to make changes. And it's totally dependent on what species is being managed and to what level of decline the species might be in.
Okay, I have a follow-up question.
Sure.
This Atlantic States Fisheries Commission has been around a while now, right?
Yep.
Um,
Yeah, long time.
Yeah, I don't know what the other states have, but I can't imagine that every state in the Atlantic has a plan whereby their commissioners can impose legislation like that. So how has the committee lasted so many years of coming together with these rules and stuff where that they haven't run into where they haven't had, because it seems like there's this big sense of urgency that the legislature can't act quick enough, and now we need to put it all into the hands of one person to do these rules like that. What's changed with that commission that's made it different than it's been for all these years?
I don't think there's a sense of urgency. I think the timing of the fact that the commission is now acting on a resiliency addendum, which I had postponed, and this bill are more coincidence than anything. We've been talking about this type of legislation since 2018, a year after I initiated the motion for a resiliency addendum. So this has been in play since 2017. The difference is we had to deal with right whales over the past several years. So we delayed any actions, and frankly, we backburnered this. This is the only example in state law right now that we would be trying to put this in place, because no other species has this problem. And I can't think of any other examples in any other jurisdictions from here to Florida where this becomes a problem as well. Most everybody else keeps their fisheries management regulations pertaining to length and bag limits. I just lost power here. I think I'm not moving enough. I like somebody that we're not paying the light bills over here. Oh, there we go. Length, bag limits, in this case, gauge, the length limit of the carapace, those type of things, and most every other jurisdiction are all in rule, not in law. So I think Maine is actually kind of the exception to that rule when it comes to both vent and to gauge.
Okay. The rest of what I have is probably statements, so I'll save it I don't need to ask the question anymore.
And just where no other state be dealing with the lobster part of this, but other states are dealing with it about stripers, or like I said last week, I think it was New York that is being given time to.
Yeah, that is the New York example is actually dealing with a licensing component that they needed to address. Where this is these are conservation measures. The licensing component for the crab fishery had not been modified by the state of New York, so they needed to deal with that in legislation. That's why we initiated a motion to find New York out of compliance, and then tabled it and gave the state of New York the opportunity to go back to the legislature to see if they could rectify that.
Representative Hutchins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pat, it does, from what you just said, it does sound like the Atlantic States Commission does recognize 10th Amendment and states' rights, because you just said they went back and let New York handle that.
Yeah.
Is that kind of a guarantee? I mean, do they try to are there other places where they've tried to step on other states' toes? What does Florida know about the size of lobster in the state of Maine, except that they sell a lot down there?
Yeah, the one major thing, probably the best thing from my standpoint, Representative Hutchins, for the Atlantic State Marine Fisheries Commission, is it's a states' rights organization. It's not a federal. We're not beholden to the federal government to make these rules. It's a compact of states developed under a federal law, but it's a compact of states that come together to make these decisions on what's best for the resource. In the case of lobster, it's Maine through North Carolina. There's actually some landings of two-clawed lobsters down as far south as North Carolina, so they are on the management board. What's really interesting to see how the management board reacts is that those of us that have licensed harvesters that fish in the Gulf of Maine versus Southern New England, there's almost a tip of the hat, if you will, to say we don't try to micromanage what happens in Southern New England, while they don't try to micromanage what happens in New England with Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. So doesn't mean they couldn't if they didn't want to. But I think that states' rights component, we try to allow time for states to work through the problem. In this case, if it's truly a resource decline, and the commission needed to react in time to slow down a decline in the resource, which we are starting now to see, we would want to ensure that we could do that in a timely fashion. So here we're looking for that type of flexibility to ensure that we can be as protective of the resource in a timely as fashion as we can.
Second question, if I could.
Sure.
Thanks. We talk about the reduction in fish, and there is some in the lobster industry, of course, but some of it may be self-imposed. If we close down 1,000 square miles of area, you're bound to have a reduction. So, you may be creating your own problem there in some ways.
Yeah, just make sure it's clear to the committee. Any reduction that I'm talking about is not in landings and would not be seen. It would be nothing that would be related to the closure of the 1,000 square miles that just went into place. We're talking about reductions in settlement, reductions in the ventless trap, and reductions in our trial survey data that we conduct. Landings have become a part of it, but what happened this year with that wouldn't even be part of the conversation from a resiliency standpoint.
And Representative Buckingham, your hand's still up, or?
Thanks. Yeah, I put it back up.
Okay.
Commissioner, my big hang up with this idea is the same as what I think the organizations expressed, the MLA and the union, and I don't know if they expressed it the same way I'm going to say it, but the concern for me is the thought of being bullied by the other states to change our gauge and to do this rule, because I think this is mostly about a lobster size thing. And the concern I have is that in Maine, we take a lot of pride in our lobster management. We've had very strict management of the lobster industry, and our gauge sizes are that way for a reason. Our small size and our oversize is to protect those oversized broodstock breeding lobsters, and it's clearly worked over all these years. And nobody else has maintained the same standards on oversize as the state of Maine has. Canada doesn't, the other states don't. And I feel that Maine has always been more or less a hatchery for these other places because we have had such strict requirements. And I see one of the possible things that being proposed here is an increase of the minimum size, correlating also with an increase in the oversize. So all of a sudden we're gonna would start keeping oversized lobsters that we've put back. So what it risks really is not, I'm not worried about the states putting more stringent restrictions on us. I'm worried about them relaxing the restrictions and exacerbating the problem and making it a lot worse. And that's really the concern that I have. If that gauge increases and you say there are severe, penalties if we don't go along with it, that's a concern of mine, that we could possibly be bullied into increasing our oversize measure, and that would be a terrible disservice to all the conservation that's been done for so many years.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Representative Faulkingham, if that was something that was actually in the document, but none of that that you just expressed as far as concerns is within the public hearing document that was just approved. We're talking about conservation measures. There's nowhere in the document that would allow any change that would actually not achieve resiliency or conservation of the stock.
Okay, but you're talking about science, and when you're talking about science in this case, then we would be depending on that outside science of the Atlantic states, and if they determine that if Maine stops keeping smaller lobsters but increases it, I mean, obviously there's different science out there, right? Because Massachusetts has different gauges than us. Obviously, they believe in a different science that tells them their gauges are right and our gauges are wrong. And that's the point I'm making. And what this bill here is proposing is that if those states say this is the right science, that it gives you the power to switch our gauge and agree with their science so that we don't get a penalty. So regardless of what's being proposed, isn't that what could potentially happen?
Yeah, I don't see that happening, frankly. And the science that you're speaking of is being conducted by science from the Department of Marine Resources. We currently chair the technical committee for American Lobster. It's state scientists working together to come up with a agreed upon technical report and an agreed upon plan development or a plan that would be developed by the plan development team, all made up of state scientists and policy people. So there is no, I mean, if we disagree on the science, the draft public hearing document is not going to be approved. And I'd remind the committee that the model that is being used that will drive any decisions is the model developed by Jan Chen at the University of Maine many years ago, when this collapse was thought to be collapsing, and the stock actually was more stable than known. The department, working with the university, had that model developed. It was peer reviewed, and that's what allowed the stopping of the continued erosion of the trap limits and leveled us out at the 800 trap limit that we're at today. If that model hadn't been put in place, that science that was developed by Maine and agreed upon by the other states would have had us in a very different situation quite a few years ago.
Okay, I don't see any other hands. We have change the language to department can set different standards to ensure compliance is one comment. Nobody else has any other objections or changes, and we could take a motion. It will need to be an amended motion. Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to double check about the broadening beyond lobster. I think that was suggested. I think it was okay. Not what the original bill was about, because this is focused on lobster, but I'd just like to double check with the commissioner.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, being proactive here, if something ever came to play in the future, if it was broadened beyond lobster, it wasn't specific to lobster, we certainly would support that. And the other thing for the committee to consider is a report back. So if this, and I don't know if this would help alleviate any concerns Representative Faulkingham, but if we had to use rulemaking to maintain compliance, the department could report back to this committee on and explain why. And then if we didn't like it as to what Lynn said, the committee could always establish, say we're in disagreement and pass a bill to say something different. So there would be kind of a checks and balance approach. Still be routine technical rulemaking, but it would have to come back to the committee at the beginning of the next regular session.
Makes sense. Okay, so Lynn, you've got that one. You have the one about the language that you caught. Anything else in what I would consider my amending the bill to include, and then, okay, so then yes, go ahead if you wanted to say something.
I just want to make sure that Representative McCrite's comment of expanding beyond lobster, that wasn't part of it. That you can do that. It would just require changes in other sections of the statute.
Okay, Representative Fockingham. And well, Representative McCray, answer that question, and then Representative Fockingham.
Thank you, Senator. Thanks, Representative Fockingham. I'm not wedded to that. It was out of a suggestion made at the public hearing. I actually defer to Representative Fockingham on that, whether that's a good idea or not. I do like the report back, though.
I do too. Representative Fockingham.
Yeah, if this bill was going to go forward, I'd definitely like the report back piece added to it. And I also just had a question along those lines as well, Commissioner. I think you've alluded to this before, but this is something that you would only use if you absolutely had to because the legislature was out of session. Is that correct?
We could only use it if the ASMSC passed a fisheries management plan that changed the vent or the gauge size. There is no other circumstance where I could say, you know what, Commission hasn't really dealt with this, but I'm going to change the gauge anyway, right? So that would not be allowable the way this bill is drafted. It's very, very narrow.
Which also speaks to why expanding it to other things requires a bunch of different language and things that aren't even happening. So I'm sorry, did I cut you off, Representative Fockingham?
That I just like to follow up to that. So that was,
yeah.
I appreciate that answer. And also, if the Atlantic states moved forward with something where it would be a time when you would use this, and the legislature was in session, and the time was there, the time was provided, would you commit to bringing an emergency bill to the legislature, sort of to rather than go ahead and act on your own and come back to it in a report back, that maybe we could go ahead and address that the way that we would now first, if the time was available?
I mean, I certainly can commit to, as we do now, doing updates with the and frankly, as prior commissioners have done, is continually giving updates to the committee. And we certainly could let the committee know that something like this is being discussed. I don't have the authority myself to bring forward an emergency bill. It would be up to the governor. But I think if we had a discussion at the committee level, we could say this is being worked on. We could certainly brief the committee. In fact, at some point, we need to do a full briefing with this committee before you adjourn on doing a science update on lobster, which we haven't done, because we're going to be doing that with the committee ahead of any public hearings. But I think I guess what I'm trying to say is we could, I'll give you my word as commissioner that if something like this is coming up, we'll, I'll make sure to bring it to the committee's attention.
Okay, I appreciate that. I just think that we as elected people are a lot more accountable to the people, and we should bear the responsibility of that sort of thing rather than pushing the responsibility off onto someone that's, not necessarily accountable to the people like we are.
I feel pretty accountable to the industry on, so, but I hear what you're saying, Representative Falker.
Me too. And I think that the process to get to something like this through the ASMFC, including our own delegation for Maine, and they listen, when it's about lobster, they listen to the commissioner. quite a lot. They look to him for leadership on these lobster issues. So we're well represented there. They also have a really incredible team of scientists that are dedicating their lives to protecting fisheries, but not knee-jerk reaction. They don't have any power to do anything without going through the commission, which then can go quite a long time trying to figure out how to put something into action. So by the time it's into action, it's gone through a lot of vetting. And the only thing I hear out of that, I'm not saying it's not a good idea if it came to be, is that if the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission came up with something it needed to be acted on, and it had this two-part piece where we needed to bill sometimes and not sometimes, and you bring a bill, and so then say the bill doesn't pass, or it has a fiscal note attached. Bills that have no reason to have fiscal notes often do, and then it's rejected in approps after sitting there for 6 months or gets carried over. Whatever time this takes, once the fishery and the state is out of compliance, then the product will not be something that can be sold. And if it's lobster, then we can't sell all these lobsters that are being caught, except maybe in the state. I don't even know about that. So Commissioner, is any of that right or sound reasonable or whatever?
Yeah, the Secretary of Commerce, we have found out of compliance. The Secretary of Commerce has the authority to stop the interstate shipping of product. So I'm not sure we all could eat 100 million pounds here in the state of Maine. So it certainly would be problematic to the entire industry. It would be so disruptive to markets as well. If something like that happened, we want to avoid a compliance issue at all costs. It's not to say that I haven't pushed issues on compliance before when I've had disagreements with my fellow commissioners, and would do so again. I think to your point earlier too, Senator, the fact that we make up 80% of the fishery on the East Coast, we are looked to as a leader in how we would want to see change coming up. And those conversations happen informally and formally at the table. And I expect them, whether it's me or somebody else, to continue in that manner.
Right, which means North Carolina is not going to get a bug about lobster and go into the next meeting and say, we need to change everything about lobster. And just because they decided that and maybe got Delaware to go with them, they're not going to get to do it. They're not, first of all, people would wonder what's going on. And second of all, it wouldn't be supported by science or the rest of the delegation. So there's quite a process out there, even though you're saying keep it in the hands of Maine to process. I just see some little issues about that too, but nobody's going to make a big change that will hurt a fishery. That's not the thing. We're protecting it by protecting the resource. Anyone else? Anyone have a motion? Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd make a motion ought to pass as amended, with the amendments being the technical change that our analyst pointed out and a report back to the committee anytime any such action is taken.
Okay. Any second to that? Don't be afraid. Okay. We have no second for that motion. Does anyone have a different motion? Nope. Representative Stalin.
Crafts.
I'm sorry.
I'll second Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Representative Crafts, and there's a second from Representative Crafts. All right. Any discussion?
Just so.
Yes, Representative Buckingham.
So just to be clear, Representative McCray, you amended so that it has that report back that we were just talking about. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
And the other part was the department has the ability to change, set different standards to assure compliance. So the language is consistent in Maine law. Okay. All right. Seeing no other discussion, Linda, you ready for a vote?
Yes.
And everybody, okay.
Starting with you, Senator Miramont.
Yes.
Representative McCray,
Yes.
Senator Rosen,
Yes.
Representative Alley. You're muted, sir.
You're muted. Not yet. You work on that. Let's keep going. Keep trying to unmute Representative Valley. We'll keep going with the vote.
All righty, Representative Falkingham,
Yes.
Representative Bloom,
Yes.
Representative Hepler. Oh, she no longer here. Okay. Representative Crafts,
Yes.
Representative Hutchins,
Yes.
Representative Stanley,
Yes.
and Representative Thorne.
Yay.
And we're still waiting for Representative Alley.
He was unmuted and then he muted again. Let's see if
You
we
did-
can unmute him.
Hold on, you didn't call my name. This is Representative McDonald.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Representative McDonald. How did I skip you? And your vote now.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, it's got Hazel. This will help.
There we go.
Hey, you're unmuted. Good job.
Yep, okay. I'll say yes now.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we got it.
All
So,
right, thank you.
So that makes it 12 in favor and 1 absent.
Okay, 12 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. LD 1742 passes as amended, and that concludes the work session on LD 1742. Thank you all. That means we'll move on to LD 1898, an act to address the economic impact of federal closures on Maine's fixed gear fishing industry by Representative Stover. And and Representative Hepler is back. Can we get her vote so she doesn't have to call in and do all that stuff, please?
Representative Hepler,
Hi, what are we voting on?
LD 1742, an act to ensure compliance with the Interstate Fishery Management Plan for American lobster, and it will include a report back to the committee if anything is ever done with it. And there was a little language change to make it comply with state language that's appropriate. And that is the amendment to it. Those two things is, and it was so far 12 ought to pass with you absent. So
actually,
how would you like to vote?
Linda, what?
She will make 12. Actually, I was incorrect. It was 11 because Senator Maxman is also absent.
That's right.
So I vote yes.
I apologize. Okay.
Thank you.
So now it is 12 in favor with 1 absent.
12 with 1 absent. Okay. All right. Again, okay, that was open, that was closed. Now we're back to the other one. This is so easy. LD 1898, Representative Falkingham, before Lynn starts.
Yeah, I just had a question. This is an old Zoom question. I think we talked about it a little bit last year, but I've seen in other committees when they are in public hearings or work sessions that there's a header that says what bill we're working on. Are we able to get a header on ours so that people can know what bill that we're actually talking about in case they come on midstream, and also if you're watching it recorded, you can sort of, watch that header, fast forward through and get to the part you want to get to. Do we have that capability here?
I
thought of that
believe we
earlier
do.
too.
I'm sorry, I believe we do, and I can look into putting that into effect for the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Great. Look how we're solving problems right and left here. Lynn, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe Representative Stover, who's the sponsor for this bill, she was in the waiting area a little bit ago. I don't know if she's still there, but this bill is Representative Stover's, and it's an act to address the economic impact of federal closures on Maine's fixed gear fishing industry. This bill establishes a fund that's administered by the department to mitigate the negative impacts on individuals and businesses in the fixed gear industry that occur from the recently enacted regulations on the North Atlantic right whales. This bill, as intended by the sponsor, was to appropriate $30 million to be transferred from, let me get the words right, transferred from the unappropriated surplus of the general fund to the department. So that $30 million would go to the department for them to administer to mitigate the negative impacts. The department testified in favor. There were no opponents. The Maine Lobstering Union provided written comment, as did a member of the public. The department's one comment that I thought I would pass on or remind you of is their comment that perhaps there could be a bit more guidance in the law on how to use the funds. The department also mentioned that there was a little bit of a technical change needed to be made regarding how much of the fund they could use for administrative purposes. I have worked on that language and shared it with both Deirdre Gilbert and the sponsor, and I can screen share it with you. But basically, we're going to see how good I am at my screen sharing. So this is the bill that was proposed, and you'll see that it has the 30 million here as opposed to the 3. And I don't know if you can read this, but in red. So basically it allows the the department to have at least 210,000 in a biennium or biennial and up to 1% of the fund. So it sets the minimum, and this minimum of 210,000 for a 2-year period was the dollar amount that was shared by the department. And so those were the only 2 changes to the original bill as presented as the LD, was the correction to the from 3 million to 30 and the correction on the administrative costs. So it was pretty straightforward as far as the language goes and the purpose of the bill. And I didn't see any other issues with it.
Okay. Representative Bloom.
Thank you. I believe I missed the public hearing. However, I've looked over some of the material. I guess my question is, if the federal government is asking for funds for just this purpose, our federal delegation, when would that federal money be made available? And what would be the comparison in our money being available and when federal money would be available? Does anyone have an answer or a good guess as to that?
The commissioner raised his hand.
Okay.
So over the last several days, we've actually been in contact with Senator Collins' office, as well as the Atlantic State Marine Fisheries Commission's lobbyist who is working on federal appropriations. It is still not clear to us whether the fiscal year 2022 budget will actually be voted on, or whether it will remain a continuing resolution for the entire fiscal year. If it did, that would mean that the work of the delegation would not fund the very needed whale work, research, and other things that we're looking for. Just today, Senator Collins did send another letter to appropriators, as well as to another press release out saying she is continuing to look for other avenues for support. But like any budget process, they're still in flux.
So just to follow up, so so what you're saying, what you said was that you're not sure the budget's going to pass, and it had some needed resources in there for things other than this bill. Did I understand that correctly? You were mentioning something that's not covered by this bill?
The federal appropriations that I'm referring to had money for research, money for gear research, money for offsetting lost revenues. I mean, there was a lot of pieces to that request.
That's covered by this bill.
No, it would not. This bill, Representative Stover's bill, covers. It was referred to this morning as a bailout. I don't look at this as a bailout. This bill is to offset the lost money that people will have to spend on converting their gear to become compliant by May 1. So that's the intent of Representative Stover's bill.
So May 1, so that means that we would need to act quickly in order to help.
Well, you certainly wouldn't have it in place by May 1. I don't believe.
No.
Well, the budget wouldn't even be finalized until the fiscal year. So the money would become available in the next fiscal year, this next state fiscal year.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Hey, Representative Hutchins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be opposed to this on a couple of issues. One of them is the fact that the federal government and the agencies like NOAA seem to be on a collision course with lobstermen to put them out of business. I can't see, but what that's not a true statement. And this is a way to help appease it slightly. And then in a couple of years, maybe there'd be another appropriation that might make them feel a little better. And 2 or 3 years down the road, the frogs are fully cooked. So I will be a no.
Thank you, Representative Buckingham.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Representative Stover, for putting this bill in once again, because I spoke about it, a sense of urgency earlier, but there is an extreme sense of urgency on this bill. I really hope that the federal delegation and Senator Collins will get some money coming our way, but we don't know. We don't know if or when that is going to happen, and we have a major sense of urgency. May 1st is rolling around, and 1,000 of us offshore guys are looking at having to buy 2 sets of end lines, which is going to cost us, like I said, last week, $20,000 to $40,000 potentially in expenses, and we need this money also so that the department can do the work that it needs to do. And if money comes in later, I'm sure we'll, find good use for it. But I do think there's a sense of urgency, and we can't let an opportunity like this bill pass by in the hopes that maybe we can find some funds later down the road. This is a very important bill. I'll be supporting it.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Chair. So I don't know if I'll be supporting it or not at this juncture, but I do want to raise a couple of things. One is that I am very much struggling with Maine taxpayers being on the hook for federal rules. I strongly feel that this should be federal money. Another piece of this is that it is like putting a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. If you divide this money among every fisherman in Maine, it is a very small number. So it sounds like a very big number now. It actually becomes a very, very small sliver. I'm not sure that it is actually going to address what we need for fisheries relief. This impacts offshore fishermen. It also impacts inshore fishermen. So I'm really just struggling with the Maine taxpayers paying for federal rule pieces. Senator Collins is a senior member of appropriations. I hope that that carries some influence. I don't know what their timing will be. I don't know what our budgetary timing will be. So just a couple of points for consideration.
Thank you. Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think I'd have to echo the same sentiment. I don't think Maine taxpayers should be on the hook for something that Maine hasn't caused per se. And I'm also not sure of the timing of the process. And I guess this is kind of a question to the chair, if you will, or perhaps anybody that could answer it, is when and if this is passed out of the legislature to the governor signs it, is there any amount of time that has to pass or appropriations to approve it to get to that point? And then how much time before this will be implemented? And then I got another question after that, but how many fishermen would this involve, and how many times would this piece of pie be split?
Oh, I just said 4,000 folks that might be affected would be $7,500 per person if there were 4,000 for $30 million. The process of, we'll leave this committee and go to the full legislature for a vote, and after that we'll go to the appropriations, where it usually will probably be the last day that we're in, or we'll stretch into several more days waiting for them to fight about those last bills to be appropriated. And then if it did get through that part, then it would go to the governor's desk for signature. And since it's not an emergency bill, I don't believe, nope, then it would take effect. It is an emergency bill then? You're shaking
It
your
is
head.
an emergency
An
bill,
emergency
yes.
bill. It'd be take effect when she signs it. So, sometime after April 16th is
The
when it
bill,
would.
the Senate of the bill does require us to go through rulemaking in order to move forward with this as well. It would seem to me a simpler process than rulemaking would be better if it is going to pass, but I'll leave that up to the committee.
Okay, something else to consider then. So,
Thank you.
well, what would be the process of rulemaking if it wasn't changed before? How long would that add?
It takes 100 days to go through routine technical rulemaking.
Okay, so another 3 months, which is back to it being a non-emergency bill. So July something. Okay, so that's a rough, anybody can correct any of those numbers if I'm wrong, but those are approximates. And you had another follow-up or not? You went away.
I'm just, so to address what Representative Fockingham said, essentially this would provide maybe $500 for him to get his $20,000 to $40,000 equipment and pay him that sometime down the road this fall, maybe, if he's lucky.
I think, let's just check. Commissioner, how many licenses would it affect? How many people would it affect? 4,000 approximately, is that right?
Having trouble with my mute. Am I off mute? Yeah.
You are, yeah.
So there are more than 4,000 license holders.
5,000.
5,000.
We certainly do not want to be in a situation where we are sending checks to people who are not fishing, who are latent license holders. So we would have to run a query through our database to ensure that whether it's a threshold level of landings, whether it's any kind of landings, but they had to have participated in the fishery.
Okay, so at 5,000, it would be 6,000 per license holder. That's if that was where it came out. So whether that changes or not. That's just rough data with some estimates for something to think about. Representative McDonald.
Thank you. So an additional piece of this is that if we were to pass this bill and it survived appropriations and was signed by the governor, what does the department need from us? It's my understanding that as written, it cannot, it's not functional for the department, but just us passing the bill certainly isn't the last step. So what additional tools would the department need in order to be able to actually implement this?
Yeah, so I think the language that the analyst had shown Deidre regarding 1% or not less than 210,000 would allow us to hire a limited period position to run the program. We've been putting all of the CARES Act work on the backs of existing staff, and that is not sustainable in the long run. So I think the language that we've received or we've seen would do the trick for ensuring that we had the right resources to implement this.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Representative Fockingham.
Yes, I have a question for the commissioner. Commissioner, I was wondering if the committee went this route, if it would be possible for your department to come up with an implementation plan rather, so that we could incorporate it into the bill to avoid the rulemaking process afterwards. If you could, if your committee or department rather, do you think your department could come up with an implementation plan so that we could incorporate it into a bill?
I think I just heard Deidre fall out of her chair.
You're gonna have to do it anyway.
So we are in the process of, it's a little tongue in cheek here, but the implementation plans that we have to deal with the CARES Act are incredibly complicated because we're trying to meet federal thresholds for 35% loss. Whether this is a very different situation. I think from our standpoint, if we were going to look at this from removing latency and issuing payments to individual fishermen based on certain criteria, we could certainly come up with a simple formula for the committee to consider. I think simplicity is good in this case.
Yeah, so I guess I'll let the committee discuss that, but I think I would be in favor of adding an implementation plan to this bill, so that we could incorporate it as part of the bill. So I'll leave it at that for me.
Okay, and I have Representative Hepler, and then if the committee will indulge, we'll let the sponsor in for a minute, who may have some more to offer based on our discussion with it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think the commissioner may have answered my question. I was going to ask how the payouts would compare to the money that was sent out like the CARES Act was. So I think you kind of answered that.
Jay? Representative Fockingham, your hand still up. Is that from before? Okay. And Representative Stover,
I just wanted
to come up. Yeah, so come on in.
I just want to thank the committee. I think I'm in. I just want to thank the committee for this thoughtfulness. And when in the drafting of the bill, a lot of the conversation we had was really about letting the committee just work some of this. So I just wanted to suggest that if there's ways to move the money faster, rulemaking wasn't necessarily anything that was necessary, but it's better for the committee to decide how to move that money along as quickly as possible and give you license to sort of amend and work that here as part of your decision making. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Hepler.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair again. So is this, and I apologize if this has been abundantly clear and I missed it. This is is this one-time money? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other hands. At this point, yeah, and I do. Representative Bloom, hi.
Thank you. I guess I'm misunderstood something that Representative Stover just said, that there was more work for this committee to do in order to really have this bill be effective.
No, you misunderstood.
Okay.
Those were my words that confused you.
What
I
was
said
the-
was that I wanted to give that license to the committee to the suggestions that you're making to rework it to make sure that the money gets out the door.
Well, I guess that's my question. The committee is, and I can, Billy Bob also brought this up, and so what more do we need to do to this bill to make it better? And I don't know the answer to that.
It sounds like the rulemaking piece is the problem that would slow it down at least 100 days. So I don't know. I don't know if the commissioner has an idea on how we could do that differently.
Well, we'll keep going and work on that. Well, Representative McCray has her hand up. Let's let her weigh in.
Just while we're talking how things work, nuts and bolts, the bill is in the committee's hands. Any bill that comes to the committee is in the committee's hands. So we can amend, we can add, we can subtract. I just want to say that to the committee. So if we're inclined to move forward, we can set parameters around it in ways that we choose. Obviously, we always work, this is my opinion, we work cooperatively with the department, so we're asking for input, but we can make decisions, or we can decide that it's not ready. It's up to us.
All right. So do you have anything to add to that, Commissioner, or we're gonna?
Well, obviously, I mean, I don't have to tell any of you guys, but I'm not saying anyway. I mean, this is something that's going to land on the appropriations table for a lot more discussions once this leaves the committee. I don't know if you want to do any preliminary conversations with the approach chairs, just so they're understanding of what's being discussed, so it doesn't catch them by surprise. And you also have Representative Falkingham's bill on the defense fund. So I'm not sure from the committee standpoint where everybody is on that. But if you add this bill, the legal defense fund bill, and the department's appropriate supplemental crest, you're at $33 million, I think, somewhere in that range. So there's going to be a lot of competition for surplus funds. So keeping that in mind and pumping the brakes just a tad, letting us all think through the process, so we have an opportunity to make sure that the right plan is in place might not be a bad thing. I think from the committee standpoint, you certainly have time based on the schedule that has been set by leadership.
Thank you. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm happy to make a motion to table this bill, but also I want to remind my fellow committee members and just state that I do not want us to go into a position where we ask the department to provide a plan and jump through a bunch of hoops and commit resources to a bill unless we are prepared to A, either support it, and B, guide it through appropriations. Agency resources are short, and I don't want to ask for a lot of work that ultimately has no purpose.
Deidre probably paid her to say that, so
She did.
Great.
My government
Okay.
oversight side speaking.
Good going. All right. So, okay, Representative Falkingham.
I think Representative McDonald made a good point. Would it be possible for us to take a straw poll on whether we would like to see the department come up with an implementation plan, or because that's what I'd like to see. I'd like to see an implementation plan worked into the bill. So
Let me let the last question go and then we'll come back to your question, okay? My headset still work. I've now ripped out one ear and destroyed that side. But this one I ripped out and it seems to work. Okay, Representative McCray, any comments on that or was it something else?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I like the suggestion Representative Buckingham's making. However, I would just tweak it a little bit to say I'd like to see the committee get specific in suggestions to make to the department. For example, removing latency is one. Making it the administrative position we already talked about, but that would be another. And how is there any other way we would determine to whom the funds would go? So Representative McDonald can't make a motion to table, and neither can I because we both talk too much. But if somebody wants to do that, or maybe enough time's gone by that Representative McDonald can do it. But I think, I'm just saying, I think there's more discussion before we decide, though I'm okay with a straw poll too.
Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, when someone finishes talking, as long as they come back and are acknowledged, and then all they do is move the tabling motion, then that's fine. It's if they say, I want to table and start talking. So that's it. The slate is clean on that. But Representative McDonald has her hand up. I don't know what for. So let's see.
It is not to make a motion. It is to suggest that if we go that direction, that as a committee, we develop that plan and then ask DMR for their feedback rather than the other way around.
All right. And Representative Bloom.
I am happy to make a motion to table. It will just for more discussion to see if we can come, I'm making a motion to table, period.
There, that's good. We have a motion to table and we have a second from Representative McDonald. Well, by everybody pretty much. And we will, yes, represent, there's no discussion on it. Sorry, we have to vote on it now. So, Linda, when you're ready. If everybody's on screen, is a hand vote okay, or do you need the
No, I
voice?
need to, I need the voice as well. Yeah, we have to do it this way in this format. Okay, so starting again with Senator Miramont.
Yes.
Representative McCray?
Yes.
Okay. Senator Maxman is actually on screen, but I don't know if she's here. Okay, I'm not getting a response. Senator Rosen?
Yes.
Representative Alley?
Yes.
Representative Falkingham?
No.
Representative Bloom?
Yes.
Representative Hapler?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
No.
Representative Crafts?
Yes.
Representative Hutchins?
No.
Representative Stanley?
No.
And Representative Thorne?
Nay.
Okay, 1, 2.
Can I change my vote?
I don't know why not.
Okay.
I'd like
Still
to
voting.
put no on there.
Everybody knows we're voting on the table motion, right? Okay, just to make sure. Linda, you've got Representative Alley's vote, and now Senator Maxman's back.
Okay,
I want mine changed to no.
I've done that, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
we did that.
Thank you.
And Senator Maxman, this is a
Yes.
vote to table. Okay. So it's 7 in favor, 6 opposed.
Okay, the vote being 7 in favor, 6 opposed, the motion carries to table the bill. And have the analyst, Lynn, and whoever is working on those pieces that need to be resolved so that it can come back to the committee as soon as possible. Because yes, we have some time, but we don't need to drag this out. So whoever's going to be involved in that, get together with Lynn as quickly as possible, please. Representative Fockingham.
That was all I really wanted to discuss. I just wasn't done discussing that bill because we tabled it and it ended discussion, and I just feel like we don't really have a path forward. We should have discussed it longer. So now we've tabled it and it's nothing's changed. We don't have a direction where we're going with it.
Well, we're not done discussing. If you want to discuss what you think is a path forward, all we do, there's nothing in a bill that says we can't do whatever. So right now, discuss what we want to do and talk to Lynn and bring back what comes from that between the department and people, and Linda first, then Lynn, and then anybody else. Let's see.
I just have a question, Senator, for clarification. I heard you say that Representative McDonald was the second on that, but she voted against it. So I'm wondering who actually was the second.
Well, make it Senator Rosen, because she seconded it as well. Or
thank you.
Thank you. And Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have to agree with Representative Fockingham's comment. You've tabled the bill, so you would need to move it off the table to continue having a discussion of it right now.
All right. I stand corrected. All right, Representative Bloom.
Well, I apologize if I took that too soon, but I thought that we had made some progress on what we wanted to see in the bill from the suggestions from Representative McDonald and others. So I thought that there was there is something more that can be done in the next week. And then maybe we can discuss it next week more fully and also come up with ideas in the meantime. I don't know why we have to do that right now when it's been a long day, and we also just need some more time to come up with some good ideas so we don't have the department coming up with the ideas.
Thank you. Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think the point that everybody was missing is that, Representative Fockingham, I think what he wanted to do is take a quick straw poll to see where the committee was as far as, do we come up with a solution or do we hand it over to the commissioner to come up with that so that it wouldn't be in vain, so that we knew where we stood as a committee on the concept of this bill before we task the commissioner to come up with a distribution plan. And we somehow pushed that aside and never got around to it.
Well, thank you, Representative. And I wouldn't have known what to do in a straw poll, so I wouldn't have been any help. There's a bunch of missing information. I could see why I got tabled. It does need some work done. The commissioner, I think they testified, correct me again if I'm wrong, I've hit a few, that they wanted guidance. So I'm not going to tell them to come up with guidance when they were already asking for us to come up with some guidance. So what would the straw poll have done with me going, I don't know yet. I might not have been the only one. Maybe I would have been the only one. So I didn't rush to that one, but maybe I should have. Sorry. Representative Fockingham.
So, yeah, I guess this is still tabled, so I don't know how that affects the conversation we can have around it. But I just wanted to maybe direct the department to bring some pertinent information to our next discussion. How many licenses are in latency? What would that, what would that dollar figure mean as far as relief to the fishermen? Some suggestions, like that, because I think that's sort of where it's leaning. We don't want to send checks to, every license, because there's licenses that aren't being used, that aren't being affected by these regulations. But there's a lot of guys that are going to be May 1st are going to have to pony up a lot of money. And that's what this bill is for. Bill is for relief for the people that are being affected. So I was just looking to, I know there's some discussion left to be had on this, but I think we should at least guide, where the conversation is going for here. And maybe like Jim Representative Thorne was saying, if the majority of the committee doesn't even think that discussion should be had, then maybe we should just end the discussion now. But I'd like to see that discussion happen. I'd like to see how the department can come up with an implementation plan and move forward on this. And I'm sorry if we're not, if it's tabled and we're not supposed to be discussing it, I don't even know. So
how are we doing? We staying within the lines, Lynn? Lynn says yes. Representative Hepler.
I don't know how to follow that.
Be careful.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I have two ideas. One is, and we do this all the time in my other jobs, is sort of send questions. Representative Falking had some really good questions. Send them to Lynn. These are the things that we want to know. The other thing is there a way to undo our tabling? Or does that? Just a thought.
Yeah, as Lynn pointed out, we can make a motion to reconsider, or whatever the appropriate title of it is, and reopen the bill if people have interest and think that there's more to discuss than what's been discussed on the edges of appropriateness. Lynn, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in addition to the I will say that you are conducting your business in public, and that is the most important aspect of what you're doing. And I will also say that there are other committees that discuss bills after they've been tabled. And so I think you're doing this in a public forum. You've continued the discussion. I think that I can't imagine who would object, but I do like the idea of a little bit more clarity on the follow-up.
Okay. So we are done, basically, unless somebody makes a motion. Oh, Representative McCray.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I don't want to make a motion, but I think just following up on what Lynn had said, my experience and understanding is we have a bill tabled, we'll have another work session next week, I would assume. People can talk to each other in between. Maybe somebody will bring an amendment to the bill. It would be anybody's option. The sponsor can make suggestions, and one of us could put it forward. But it's not a dead issue by any means. There's I forget who said it, but the idea of having us give suggestions to the commissioner or the department rather than the department setting what those should be. I mean, it's a conversation, and I think we can do that. And that's often what happens in between work session 1 and work session.
Thank you. Representative Hepler.
Trying to remember what I was going to ask. Other than, does it make sense to do the straw poll as Representative Falkingham and Representative Thorne have suggested? It sounds like we're on good ground in terms of continuing to have this discussion in public. Just asking that question.
All right, I'm going to get clarity from Lynn on that. Straw poll appropriate at this point about our table bill?
I think that you can continue this discussion on this bill. As I said, you're doing it in public. It's immediately after. I don't think anyone's going to object.
All right, thank you. Commissioner, you had your hand up. I have a couple of hands before we vote.
Yeah, I actually have to run for a meeting with NOAA. I did just get some good news that they have approved a new weak link from a Maine company. So that is good news. It'll help with compliance. But I know I'm sitting here watching you guys kind of struggle with this, and it's no offense because there's a lot of moving parts here. So what I was going to suggest is that we put together a simple proposal for you to then have for your consideration, that we can look at the latency issue, the number, whether we have to consider a number of years, those type of things. So you can have a starting place. I think it seems like you're having trouble with the starting place. So if we can help with that, we'll put something together and have it to you for the next work session.
Great. A week enough, or do you need longer?
I think we can get it to you for next week.
Okay, great.
I think from our standpoint too, but just to put it out there, from our standpoint too, if we can have this finalized so there is no rulemaking. Rulemaking is a big draw on staff, and we're down several staff in that section of the department. So if we can create the clarity for this, whether it's unallocated language or however you need to do it, I think we can find a path.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind, and
okay.
That can all be part of it, and everybody else's hands went away. So guess maybe we have enough information to move to an ending here. I'll just point out that next week, what's scheduled on February 15th is a Maine Lobster Marketing Coalition update, which we've said we want good information, but we want it to be succinct. Then we'll move into work sessions on, I guess, most of the bills we heard today. I see 1770, 1844, 1908, 1916 are already listed so that we can work on them. And I don't think we have anything to add to that schedule at this point, do we? Lynn?
I believe Senator Justice Bill 1898 would be added for a work session also.
8 for a work session. And we have no other public hearing.
We have no other bills, no.
No other bills. So where are we on voting out? We voted out something today.
We did. The numbers are still, I think you're still below the 60%, but you are near the end.
All right, we'll be a couple days over the deadline, but we will probably 100% next week. So, all right, well, that's it. Thanks for your hanging in there. It was like being in BLA or something, huh? And we'll be here next Tuesday. We'll see you Thursday in Augusta. I'll see you on other committees as they come up that we share. And thank you, everybody, for the wonderful discussions, the great work. And if nothing else, we're done.
Bye, guys.